Oh, Atiba. Atiba.
To be honest, for the release I go there. To be honest, for the release I go there. That's why
Sweet Maria, this señorita from Barataria. She invite me home by she for dinner. So I shop up my feet and bend over. She give me the pastel, she give me piece of ham. I eat me belly full, but no satisfaction. But then I get me wish when she open she dish. And Maria give me the saltfish. Hey, I want to get me full jolt tonight. Aye, aye, aye. I want to get me full jolt tonight. Oh, yo, yo. Me don't want no chicken. Me don't want no ham. Me don't want no goat. Me don't want no lamb. The only thing, Maria, to make me feel alright is once I get me full jolt tonight. I want me full jolt. Aye, aye, aye. Give me the full jolt. Oh, yo, yo. I want me full jolt. Aye, aye, aye. Give me the full jolt. Oh, yo, yo.
Whoa. In my place, lad. In my place, oh God. Tell Juliana, tell Cassandra, tell Bettiana, tell them in my place. I ain't going nowhere in my place. This is where my banging in my place. Oh yeah. Simply serenading in my place. Oh Lord. When I speak in bold. This thing is out of control. Yeah. Whoa. In my place, lad. In my place, oh God. Tell Juliana, tell Cassandra, tell Bettiana, tell them in my place. I ain't going nowhere in my place. This is where my banging in my place. Oh yeah. Simply serenading in my place. Oh Lord. When I speak in bold.
Good evening, Isis.
When I speak in bold. When I speak in bold. When I speak in bold. When I speak in bold.
Are you okay?
When I speak in bold. Tell them in my place. I ain't going nowhere in my place. When I speak in bold. This is where my banging in my place. When I speak in bold. Simply serenading in my place. When I speak in bold. When I speak in bold. When I speak in bold.
Raging out of control. Getting faster than any man.
I think I'll be able to hear you now.
Can
you hear me?
That's why in my place. That's why in my place. I eat and drinking, yes man, in my place. Me belly full clean, yes man, in my place. Oh God. Man, I'm not in nobody's business, so they can be up in my face. So I fast this COVID thing. That's why in my place. I eat and drinking, yes man, in my place. Me belly full clean, yes man, in my place. Oh God. Man are not in nobody business. 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 Man are not in no. Man are not in no. Man are no. Man are no. Man not in this. Man are not in nobody business. Man are not in nobody business. So they can be up in my face. So as far as this COVID thing, I cannot be a case. Man are not in the mix up things, so I cannot be a threat. I'd rather be safe and sorry than to sit down home and fret. Looks and the say he's not coming, this is of the agenda. Say he's not taking chance, cause he's so fine with pressure. Oh God, no, yeah. Are you the sister? No man, no. That's why I stand.
down in the knee, down in the knee. Now that put a lockdown over. Ay, ay, ay.
Spice.
Clean.
Spice Clean.
Christmas Day I gone by the neighbor to give greetings and glad tidings to her. I was expecting something salty, but she bring out only liquor for me. I keep smelling, I keep smelling, and when I ask she, the woman fall up the face. Take a drink of that, take a drink of this, take a drink of that. It's Christmas time and I find she cool. She ain't offering food. Take a drink of this, take a drink of that, take a drink of this, take a drink of that.
Black and white, from next class in day and night. I was in love with Alulu, but I used to lick the show. I was in love with Black Label, but I really wasn't able. I was loving up on vodka, but she leave me for my brother. That is not what I want. That is not what I need. Girl, it's you that I want. Girl, it's you that I need.
I say, Madam, what you have to offer? She say, I have everything right here. I don't buy whiskey, neither strong rum. It is against my religion. I have homemade wine in all description. Oh boy, you could sample anyone. I have citrus, hibiscus, dandy rose, passion fruit, Timawi, strawberry, aloe, and cake.
Drink for me. How I go look if I ain't take a drink with my family? Pass the bottle, pass a drink for me. How we go look if I ain't take a drink with my family? So pass the bottle, pass a drink for me. How we go look if I ain't take a drink with my family? Sing it out. This is the time of year. Peace and love is in the air, and we all having fun. Sing it out, sing it out. Sorrel and ginger beer, like cake making everywhere. Poinsettia in full bloom. Sing it out, sing it out. Going to midnight mass, greeting everyone we pass. Tradition how we flow. When you hear the church bells ringing, midnight mass, everyone going. All around some festive feeling.
Christmas Day is coming, 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 coming. Once the sequences are coming,
music runs through my veins and makes me feel hot.
Darling, who you looking for? Alexander, Alexander. With two suitcases, she tell me she must find this man. Alexander, Alexander. Every Christmas she does come down. Me sweet man, Alex from town. She wanted to surprise him, so she didn't call. She went searching all about, but can't find a lick at all. She tell me, I want a lick, I want a lick, I want a lick. I can't do it all, a lick. A lick makes me happy, a lick drives me crazy. A lick for me Christmas, a lick is so gorgeous. Yeah, she tell me, I want a lick, I want a lick, I want a lick. I can't do it all, a lick. Ham and turkey and a 5-foot Christmas tree for Alexander, Alexander. Cookies with bedspread to match and a brand new Timex watch for Alexander, Alexander. I tell she I ain't see him long time, 'cause I just hardly go online. She say, Kenny, don't try that, you and Alex close. Anytime I can't find him, it's you that I check it first. She tell me, I want a lick, I want a lick, I want a lick. I can't do it all, a lick. A lick makes me shiver, a lick kiss me lover, a lick kiss me tonic. He don't make me get sick. Boy, she tell me, I want a lick, I want a lick, I want a lick. I can't do it all, a lick. Christmas and New Year with Alexander, Alexander. And with so many diseases around, I am messing with anyone but Alexander, Alexander. During the year I don't worry, I just work hard and save money. But when they start making phone and jingle bells start to play, it's the time of year when I just want a lick right away. She tell me I want a lick, I want a lick, I want a lick. I can't do it all, a lick. Don't give me borrow, check back boy and slow. Alexis and Andy, I lick kiss the body. Hey, she tell me I want a lick, I want a lick. Like this woman woman sick, only harassing me for Alex.
It's the funky.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. In the morning, in the evening, in the night time. Makes me happy, drives me crazy, it makes me smile. Crazy and barren. Love me, why me? For the Christmas, for the New Year. This girl from Bahia, staying in Maruga. This lady real lucky, she bumps up with sweet me. As a man with a plan, well I really didn't waste no time. I make up my mind tonight, this Brazilian is mine. As the music play, Lord, she started to sing to the soca beat. She put a samba swing, ding 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 ding, bim 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 baby di bamba, ding ding bamba, ding ding bim 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 baby di bamba, ding bang ding go be, ding go bing, bim 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 bele, bim 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 bele, bim 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 baby di bamba. Then she start to tremble, she give me goose bimble, soca in she samba, samba in she soca. I just take off my shirt, but so show she me Trini brands. The woman just put on a smile as she damn there she samba dance. She had me in heaven, she had your boy in hell. What that woman do to me?
Okay, welcome.
She ring my bell with this.
Here we go. Sing it loud. Hey. Welcome to the T&T Empire 4 years celebration. In conjunction with snapbackfm.co.uk. So if you know anyone who don't want to deal with the Zoom, they could go straight onto Mixcloud Live. You won't get the same interaction, but you'll be a part of it all the same.
Then I start to notice, wait, like you is a Baptist. She said, darling, no, my darling is not so. You see, Trinidad and Brazil, we have the same vibration. Ilay, she make me to understand. Then the Trini people take it to the street. From Sando to Pala to Bie, chanting to the beat. The whole town singing, bim 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 baby di bamba, happy di bam bidi bam bidi bam bam, bim 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 baby di bamba, happy di bidi bam bidi
I sing and say I take it my wife to party. People vex like hell cause I say my wife and not their beauty. So the next weekend on the paper them boys start writing. Yes, they're trying to tell the world it's what that the black man singing. So before them reporters put me around more jeopardy. And I need not need to sing nothing again about party. But when the fans and them around the world listen to what I had to say. Anyway that I go, anyway that I pass, they keep balling out. No way, no, this party can't done. Black man, your fans having fun. Black man, German, another one. This party can't done, this party can't done. Come with it, your fans want to party. Jam a party song. We just want to roll back all night long. Come with it, your fans want to shake up. Build my party song. If you make we boogie woogie all year round. The fans and them they turn and say that it's joke I'm making. They say we love your jam, so just keep on jamming. Don't stop, black man, yes, we love your music. Don't let no reporter man come in here now and stop it. Yes, you sing and try to bring the whole Caribbean together. Yes, you try to bring a better life for the elder. Yes, you sing and try to make so much other people's dreams come true. It's time that you realize that party people is people too. So no, this party can't done. Black man, your fans having fun. Black man, jam another one. This party can't done, this party can't done. Come with it, your fans want to shake up. Come with it, film a party song. Come with it, if you make me party hardy all night long. Come with it, your fans want to shake up. Come with it, jam a party song. Come with it, if you make me boogie woogie all year round. I tell me fans afraid the reporter. Anytime they want them reporter could put your career in danger. So before them fellas put their pen and paper against me. Yes, I'm making sure I won't be singing politics and history. But my fans and them just buy my record the world all over. Tell me darling that this time we forget the foolish reporter. If they don't know the difference in social commentary and party, then it's time that you start writing for party people exclusively. No, this party can't done. Black man, your fans having fun. Black man, jam another one. This party can't done, this party can't done. Come with it, your fans want to shake up. Come with it, still my party song. Come with it, it's to make me party happy all night long. Come with it, we just want to shake. Come with it, you want party song. Come with it, we just want to boogie woogie all year round. this year, one thing I hear. Look at the people coming out and saying, look, thank you, Stalin. This is the song I sing for them this year, make them feel so happy. That with all their ages still make them feel to come out and party. They say keep on man, I just keep on singing. And look at what them fellas and all the damn things they're saying. Just sing, just sing, just sing, just sing, don't care what they have to say. It's nice of you to understand that party people must get a play. No, this party can't done. Black man, your fans having fun. Black man, German, another one. This party can't done, this party can't done. Come with it, your fans want the party. Jam a soca song. If you make me party hearty all night long. Come with it, your fans want to shake up. Film a soca song. We just want to boogie woogie all night long. Come with it, your fans want to shake up. Jam a party song. We just want to party high. Your fans want to party, feel my party song. We just want to shake up all night long. Come with it, your fans want to party, jump my party song. We just want to boogie all night long. Come with it, your fans want to shake up, jump my party song. We just want to party hardy all night long. Come with it, your fans want to dance, your fans want to boogie.
Zuke, dansez.
Ouch. 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 Ouch.
Some folks took me to a party in a nice pub in the city. Sweet music playing, the people dancing. All of a sudden a lady shout, where you bike before Sunday. Where you bike before Sunday. Your vampire, your sukunya, your bloodsucker, your Dracula. It's running and running, it's running. 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 Miss Lady, where Sonny bite you? Right there. Miss Lady, where Oscar bite you? Right there.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
The couple was up in a corner, drinking apple on Pepsi Cola. She dancing but she moving weird. I feel the drinks gone up in she head. Where you bike before Sunday. Where you bike before Sunday. The vampire, your sukunya, your bloodsucker.
But she wearing them expensive dress. The people say she ugly, but she father full of money. Oh Lord, mama, boy. Good morning, Mr. Walker. I come to see your daughter. Hey, Mr. Walker. I come to see your daughter. Sweet Rose Marie. Mr. Funky. She ugly, yes, but she wearing them expensive dress. The people say she ugly, but she fine.
Well, I don't care what nobody say. Every time I take a good look at the face, I see that mama, boy, boy. Good morning, Mr. Walker. I come to see your daughter. Hey, Mr. Walker. I come to see your daughter. Sweet Rosemary, promise she gon' marry me. Now I'm tired waiting. Is I don't intend to let she go. Cause if she was a beauty, nothing like me could get she. Oh Lord, mama, boy, boy. Good morning, Mr. Walker. I come to see your daughter. Hey, Mr. Walker. I come to see your daughter. Sweet Rosemary, promise she gon' marry me. Now I'm tired waiting.
Okay, so this is last one from myself. Until we come to the end of the show, which will be at a party with me, get some soca, R&B, weird grooves, neo soul, whatever you want, I've got it. Okay, let me just introduce myself. My name is Funky, your music junkie right here. Joining up with Atiba and the T&T crew. So I'd like to say hi to everyone here. If you're on Mixcloud, what up? That's all the live crew. Not forgetting snapbackfm.co.uk listeners. Okay, right now I'm going to pass it over to Giselle. I hope I said his name right. Good stuff. That's a nod. That's an okay then. Thank you. Thumbs up. Lovely. Okay, here we go. Bye for now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Funky. Hi, everybody. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can turn the mic on and say yeah. Welcome to everybody. Super, Trini. I see you talking in your mic, but I couldn't hear you because you was on mute.
What are you doing by the beach, girl?
Hey, I am Trinidad. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm having something difficulty with my hearing you guys. So just give me a moment and I'll sort it out.
Oh, okay, cool. Yes, I'm by the beach, boy. Where are you?
I understand. The breeze blowing strong, right? But your head moving. What's going on there?
Okay, that's dipping in the water just now.
Right.
So hello once again to everybody. Thank you for joining us on the T&T Empire's first ever virtual entertainment evening. This is a celebration of Caribbean culture, but more so all things Trinidad and Tobago. So you see I'm wearing my red because you know the flag is red. So welcome everybody. Please put your videos on so I could see all you. You know, it's like I hardly seeing anybody. All you put on all your videos so I could see all, you know. So welcome to everybody. Hi, Joan. Hi, Calypso, Dawn. Hey, hi, Isis. Oh, gosh, well, finally. Hi, Dawn. Welcome to everybody else. So you put on all your video now. Hi, Rubadiri. How are you?
Hi, hi.
Put on all your video now, man. I want to see people. I feel like if I'm talking to nobody. So let's put on all your videos. We have a show full of entertainment tonight. I am so excited. I can't wait because this is proper entertainment. We have music, we have pan, we have quiz. I'm looking forward to the quiz. And plus, we have 3 hosts tonight. So it's myself. Then I will hand over to Isis, who will lead the quiz section. And then we tapering off with Super Trini, who is a host and a super DJ as well. And also then we have Mr. Funky afterwards. So in between all of that, we have some performances. And right now, without further ado, I want to introduce our first performer. Her name is Carlene, aka Sweet Wrist Etienne. And she is going to be playing our national instrument, the Steelpan, and everybody wants to adopt and claim it for themselves. But we know it came from Trinidad and Tobago. So over to Carlene, and she will be entertaining us for about 10 minutes. So over to you, Carlene.
Good night, everybody.
Hi.
Greetings.
Volado, volado. Savannah grass. Savannah grass. Volado. Pulling it down, yeah. Juve morning, Juve morning. We all reveling, we all reveling. Let me go together, let me go.
We gon' make them jump. We gon' make them turn up. We gon' make them run. We gon' make them free up. In this state of Canada, it's bacchanal. I wanted to find your way. Come on, let's sing. Oh God, oh. We coming home. The Savannah grass.
What you doing in your picture though? What you doing?
Yeah, no, no, this is my phone. I've got my phone and I've got it on.
So the
That one, that
carnival
was
set up and you
yeah. So I'm going to do is take off the
yeah, I think we might have set up the rice and maybe ready.
Thank you.
The Savannah grass, the Savannah grass.
Yes, super Trini. I like how you get everybody to sing, Karen. I see people mouthing. Hello, Joan. How you doing, darling? Thank you so much, Carlene. Oh, you want another one from Carlene? One more, Uncle, one more? We could get one more?
If you want.
You could give us one more?
Yeah, the one.
I feel like I was wrong, the Savannah. They just now, girl. Oh, gosh. The tobacco was hitting me.
We want more.
What?
We want more. Boom, boom.
Dang
We
it.
want more. Boom, boom.
Dang
We
it.
want more. Boom, boom.
What?
We want more. Boom, boom.
Here we-
Giselle, tell them one more. Giselle, tell them one more. All right, okay, I'll go. I'll go. Hey, hey. Sugar bum bum.
Thank you so much, Carlene and team. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. That was really, really good, guys. I really enjoyed that. I really, really enjoyed that. I could feel the warmth at home with that. We have some new people joining us. So welcome to the new people that joining us. Please share the live, share the link. If you have it, please share it to your friends and tell everybody to join in because, you know, this is an evening where we're just going to let our head down and enjoy ourselves a bit, right? So welcome to the new people that have joined us. Please put your video on, oh your gosh, put all your video on. Thank you.
Not everybody by the beach like you know.
No, but that nothing if everybody not by the beach is cool. Look at Calypso done. He buy a green screen and he all the way in Cyprus. You
Not
understand?
even it is, you know, people here ain't done up and thing. Like you don't know what is going on in their households.
Well, they could put the ceiling then and go watch the ceiling, but at
You
least
want to be so controlling, Giselle? Why?
I'm not control. Karen.
Hello.
Karen.
Yes, hi,
Karen.
Giselle. Hi.
Yes,
As you
okay.
were, right? All right. Sorry,
Right.
Giselle. All right. Bye bye. I gone.
Thank you very much. So anyway, as I was saying, welcome to everybody. This is the T&T Empires, Caribbean Global Destinations Connection, Trinidad and Tobago musical evening full of fun.
Yeah, man.
Right? So we're going to have a good evening. Just now, for all the people who missed it, we have some more people that just joined us. We had a performance from Carlene, Sweet Wrist, Etienne, and Ensemble on the Steelpan. And now I'm going to hand over to another son of the soil, who is a very, very talented young man. And his name is Pavel. And he's going to tell us about a project that he's been working on called Can't Stop Fashion. So after he does his little bits, then I'm going to ask him a few questions. And if you have any questions as well, please feel free to put it in the chat and we could ask those questions. So over to you, Pavel.
I see laughing like that.
Pavel, we can't hear you properly, and Mr. Funky, we can hear you laughing in the background. Pavel, say something. Say something again.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, brilliant. That's brilliant.
Out.
That's really good. And if everybody else can go on mute, please, so we can hear Pavel properly, because I can hear noise in the background. So if everybody can please go on mute.
So yes, hello everyone. I see some familiar faces and familiar names for people who haven't got their mics on, their videos on. So yeah, my name is Pavel, as Giselle mentioned. So I started off a project called Can't Stop Fashion during the very first lockdown. So a bit about myself, I'm a model, a designer. What else do I do, Jet? This is my nephew, Jet. Model, designer, music artist as well. So I do a lot of things within the creative industry. And I remember just before lockdown happened over here in the UK, I just done a massive fashion show, and literally a week after that, things just shut down completely. So my thing was, how can I keep the industry going for, everyone who's a freelancer? Because we did have, we had people working from home or furlough over here, but if you're like a freelancer, so like a model, a designer, music artist, you didn't get that. So it was just a way of keeping people going. So I started off this quarantine fashion show series, which involved everyone in the creative industry. And it literally was like a quarantine fashion show. So we spent 6 days driving around to different designers' houses, getting all of their clothing, and then dropping that off to the models' houses, where they would then change and then would film it in the middle of their road. And that became the quarantine fashion series, which I called Can't Stop Fashion. And it started off just as one episode just to keep people going. We raised charitable funds to get PPE for unrecognized key workers too, because I felt there's a lot of people that weren't being covered. Everyone just thinks about doctors and nurses, but in reality, you have train drivers, bus drivers, people working in supermarkets like Sainsbury's, Asda's, Tesco's, all those kind of things are also they're also key workers. So that was my part for the industry. And since then, it's blown up. Just been really happy to help people along the journey. We're also on Sky, I think it's 186 now. They're doing a channel migration at the moment, but you can catch us on Sky with Younger TV as well. So it's just been a really fun journey, just helping people along the journey. And yeah, that's what I'm about. I'm all about inspiring people, elevating people, and just helping them. So my team's grown. Jet's the youngest member of my team, and it's just been a very fun journey. And I think that's what I can say. Apart from that, you can catch us on our website, which is www.can'tstopfashion.com. We're also on YouTube as Can't Stop Fashion, and also Instagram, same thing, Can't Stop Fashion. And yeah, that's me.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much, Pavel. Fantastic. I was kind of like hoping you were going to show us a video, man. I wanted to see a little something, but because you said that you're on YouTube, whilst something else is going on, I'm going to type it in and see if I can show it on my screen.
Yeah, sure. By all means, go ahead. The most recent episode was episode 8. So check out that one, because that was a Carnival edition. Obviously, they've stopped Notting Hill Carnival here 2 years in a row. So my thing was, how can I keep that going? So I got a whole bunch of mask designers, masqueraders, and so on. We did the madness. So yeah, check it out.
That would be great. Yeah, definitely we'll be checking it out. So, in terms of like what you said, so, being in the industry, being a model, being around fashion and stuff like that, and certainly for the creative industry, COVID really hit us hard because like everything was just canceled and dried up. did you find that your project Can't Stop Fashion was a way for you to keep your sanity almost? Because for me as an artist, I really struggle to keep my sanity at times. So was it like a way for you to just stay, focused and grounded?
So for me, it was more about the people around me. So exactly as you said, I know a lot of people who struggle with that, and the creative industry is what keeps them going. It's what keeps their well-being at a decent level. So that was why I started it off. So it wasn't necessarily for myself. It was more for the people around me, because I know a lot of people with mental health who are models, designers, photographers, videographers. So it was just something that kept them moving within that time. No one knew when lockdown was going to end. There was never really a sight, like a future sight of when it was going to stop. So it was just my way to help the people.
And what sort of response did you get from the people who were involved in it?
It was an amazing response, because a lot of them just hadn't left their house. They hadn't been doing anything. Obviously, they wasn't working either, because, as a model, we didn't get to do anything during that time. It wasn't essential work. So they were just very thankful and very blessed that they had something to do to keep them going, to keep productive, to show that they are still about and they are still, pursuing their dreams.
I think that's fantastic that you actually took up the mantle to do something like that, because often, it takes a lot for somebody to actually do something about a situation. So that's really, really, applaudable. And in terms of the future of Can't Stop Fashion, because now that is mushroomed, beyond this idea that you had, and it was just supposed to be one, and now you're 8 episodes in. What is the plan for Can't Stop Fashion in the future? And now that you're on Sky TV as well, so what's the plan going forward?
Oof, there's a lot to plan. So we have episode 8 and 9, which I'll be rolling with next year, from about February, March. The 8th edition, sorry, episode 9 and 10. So episode 9 will likely be a Mother's Day edition. I thought that has to be done. We haven't covered Mother's Day yet. And then we'll have a Father's Day later on down the line. And also a cosplay edition. So that'll be episode 10. So that's more, costumes in terms of, let's say, comics and anime, that type of stuff. There's something different, because each edition is a new cause, a new style. In terms of further development as well, we're building an academy where we're training youth as well. So in things like videography, photography, and so on. Also designers. I'm also training models as well, or people who want to get into modeling, because what you'll notice about our show is a lot of people generally aren't models. I mean, there are a lot who you can tell are models, but there's other people who are also growing and, teaching them the skill set as well. So that's more my thing, continuing the elevation, building the business side. And we're also now offering a lot of services, because a lot of people do want the videography and photography that we've been doing. So yeah, it's just about elevating and building the team as well, because as I mentioned, I have built up a team, and it's for people who just want to build up on their own skill sets. Maybe they want to get more into like event planning and fashion shows. So we have a couple of event organizers who have been working with on the side. So yeah, it's just all about elevation for me. But one of my biggest plans is I do want to have a physical fashion show next year as well. So that'll be fun.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. I am so looking forward to that. So much congratulations, massive congratulations. I am rooting for you, because it's so good to see a young person doing something positive, and even yourself as a young person pulling in other young people as well, like your nephew and other youngsters. That is just fantastic. I mean, I think us, Trini people, Caribbean people, we definitely talented, and it's amazing and very commendable that you're sharing your talent with others and sharing your skills and what makes you with other people. So I obviously have YouTubed it already. So I will share my screen so that people could just get a little bit of episode 8, which was the Carnival. I think the Tobago is gonna hit me real hard now, looking at this. But
I want to skip a bit into it.
Huh?
I want to skip a bit into it, because like the beginning parts are host, so maybe like 2 minutes in, and then you can see the real stuff.
No problem. I wouldn't show the whole thing, because I think it's just under 20 minutes long, but it's just for people to get an idea of what you've been doing, because this is amazing stuff. So everybody just bear with me whilst I share my screen. Right, so everybody should be able to see that. Let me open it up. If you can see my screen, give me a thumbs up. Yep, okay, lovely.
Yeah, so if you skip like 2 minutes in, that's where the costumes and stuff start.
Ah, okay. Here we go.
So yeah, we had how many masqueraders there? There was about 43 masqueraders in total, and about 8 different bands as well who got involved throughout the 2 days of filming. We also had a bunch of children in there as well. So yeah, it was just a chance to, you know, showcase obviously masks during those times, the designers, the people who usually catch on the road jumping up. So yeah, fun experience.
Yay!
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention I filmed this, by the way, and done the editing. Yeah, I think you get the point. So yeah, that was what we did during August this year. So the next one should be around February/March, which will be the Mother's Day one.
So I could literally just sit down and watch this whole thing and then like cry my eyes out because it's like, oh my goodness. It reminds me so much of the road. You know, it makes you realize how much well, for me, how much I miss the road. And I'm sure everybody who is into Carnival, you know, really misses everything about it. You know, you captured one aspect of it, which is the masquerade element of it. But, you know, there's so much, as we all know, else that goes into Carnival. And I'm sure it must have been quite refreshing for the models to actually put on a costume after so long. Did they tell you that?
Yeah, definitely. And I remember the first year we did it, which was, you know, the first year of lockdown, it was the same thing for them because there's a lot of people over here who have jumped up on the road since you know, being a toddler, and they've never missed a year. So for them, it hit them really hard. So that was just the way of, you know, keeping them going. So they really appreciated that experience.
Yeah. Is there anybody else here in our viewers who having Carnival to Banker? Anybody? Nobody else in having Carnival to Banker? Joan, you're laughing. Are you having Carnival to Banker, Joan? Yeah, okay, good. Anybody else having Carnival to Banker? They tell me yes, no. So it's not only me like a feeling, it's only me having it.
Every day, every day.
I have a proper Carnival to Banker. Well, Pavel, thank you so much. Is there anything else that you want to tell us? Anything else that people should know? So we know your website. So give us the website again. Give us any socials if you're on socials or anything like that. So at least, we could share it out.
Yeah, sure. So the website is www.cant, stop, S-T-O-P, fashion, F-A, well, you don't know. So yeah, can'tstopfashion.com is the website. And then Instagram is can'tstopfashion_official. By the time you type in Can't Stop Fashion, everything will show up there. Then the same for Facebook, Can't Stop Fashion, and then YouTube's the main place where you can view everything. So that's just Can't Stop Fashion again. You type that on YouTube, it will all show up on there.
So the Insta was Can't Stop Fashion _ what?
Official.
Okay, cool. So it's in the chat. I'm all right with my fingers as well, not too bad. So I got your Insta, I got your website on there. So we're definitely going to be following you, Pavel. And again, from all of us, massive congrats, and we all rooting for you for you to continue the good work that you're doing. It's really inspiring. So well done, all of us. Yeah. So people, we have some new people that join us tonight. Welcome to everybody that joined us. Please share the live. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend.
Giselle?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh God, you're gonna make me cry. I could go Atlanta for Atlanta Carnival, honestly. It's like, geez, man. We have a serious Tobago. Well, we keeping the show flowing tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot more in store. So we had Carlene, Sweetness, Etienne playing Steelpan earlier on. We just had Pavel talking to us about Can't Stop Fashion. And to show the diversity of us Trinis and us Caribbean people, we're now going to have some poetry, some freestyle poetry. Now, when I heard that this person was going to do poetry, I was shocked because I read the name and I said, but I know who this is, but this is a DJ. I didn't know this person does do poetry as well. So I am pleasantly surprised to introduce you to Trini Gladiator himself, Mr. Mark from Just Vibes, who is going to be doing. So I can't wait to see this. Mark, you better blow me away because I didn't know you just do poetry. So everybody, let me give a little hand for Mark. Mark, the floor is all yours.
Hi, everybody. You all hear me okay? Okay, so Giselle, yes, I mean, you might just see me doing other stuff, but actually poetry and more so like hip hop has always been a big passion of mine, probably potentially even more so. But I thought a lot of times in the Caribbean community, they might only know like Just Vibes and so on, but not really the hip hop side. So I used to be Gladiator, is kind of like a battle rapper, like if anybody saw Eminem 8 Mile. So I used to like take off other MCs' heads like that. But that's in the past. That's in the past. So today what we're gonna do is more, it has to involve you all as well. So the whole idea is freestyle. I prepared nothing. I came outside, just sit down, take it in the show. And whatever you'll tell me, whether it's in the chat or hopefully more people open their videos. And if you show me like what you have in your hand, what you have in your house, I'm going to go through the different boxes and then I would be able to talk about you, but in a rhyme. So it's kind of like that magic where, I couldn't have prepared what I'm going to see now because I don't know who's going to be here. I don't know what they're going to have, anything like that. Right? So don't show me yet. If the host can make me a co-host so I'm able to like spotlight people, that would help. Yeah, and then I could.
And I saw somebody had raised their hand as well, and they put down their hand. Chandra had put up her hand. So
as you see, Super Trini is writing in the chat. You all could either write stuff in the chat or show me what you have in your hand. You know what I mean? Like you could show me where you are. I'm sitting under a mango tree, just relaxing.
But Mark, where is?
Cold.
Mark, where is?
Don't mind Mark business now. Don't mind Mark business now.
I have a really good green screen.
Mark, don't try that now, man. Don't tell me you
really good.
Don't mind Mark business.
I have a really good
screen. And Trinidad's Marco. Don't try that.
So you'll start typing words, and then I'll actually first tell me if you hear my voice over the beat, right? Because I need to just make sure y'all could hear my voice over the beats. When I start playing it, give me a thumbs up if you hear the beat, okay? So can you hear my voice and the beat? Enough? You can hear my voice enough and the beat. Which one down, Carrie?
Bring down the music a little bit. Bring down the music a little bit.
Yeah, I did now. You okay there, okay? Thumbs up, all right? Okay. So, we need more people to turn on their videos, including my family that's lurking. I ain't gonna call their name. I don't know if the kids are with them or not, but they're on the Zoom lurking. They're supposed to be working, but it's all good. So if more people could put on their videos, so I could, you know, we want to get involved. We want to get everybody involved. All right? Right. So just for this session, I know people feeling shy. If even you just want to put your video on your wall, you have a painting, you want to put a video on your Christmas tree, on something. If you feel like you're not dressed or your hair not did, you could put it on something else. All right? So am I a co-host? Yes. All right. So we're going to start. All right, everybody ready? Thumbs up if you're ready. Put on your videos, put on your videos, put on your videos. We're going to start. Just make sure you can hear my voice over the beat. And we're going to go. You ready? Thumbs up if you're ready. All right. So we're going to start it off. It's one time. Big up to Giselle. She introduced me to the rhyme. She in the spotlight. Yeah, she chilling by the beach. But you see me, I'm really chilling by the beach. It's not a thing like that. It's the mango tree. I'm sitting outside. It's Trini Christmas, you see. Who's up next? Pavel to the D. Shout out to the things and all the things you do and you see. Your brethren there, your son, your cousin, I don't know. Somebody else, yes, you know, mute your fake show. Mute your videos. Mute your microphone so I can freestyle and take it back in the zone. You small man, you put up your hand like this. Everybody put some hands up, you never miss. Freestyle flow, and you didn't know. Put your voice on mute so we could get the show. Put your mics on mute so we could keep the show. So you could hear me when I take back the flow. On and on, you take it back on. Shout out to the lady, what her name? It is Dawn. She's not looking at the screen at her phone. Probably texting to all the people back home. Yes, you know, big up to you and the mom. Big up to also my brethren, Calypso Dawn. Yes, you know. Please put your mutes on mic so I could rap. Please put the mics on mute so I could rap. I take it back, yes, you know, freestyle like that. Take it back, you know, freestyle, we just be climbing. Shout out to Jonah Chung, I met you at Lyman. Yes, you know, them and them. Big up all the people with the freestyle you bring. You got some trees in the back, or maybe there's some plants, but it needs some water, otherwise they're gonna die like ants. Just playing, I'm just playing how you're saying. Sipping on Prosecco on a Tuesday, what you saying? Yes, you know, take it back, but you go. Trini type talk, kick it back with the flow like mama guy, bubble, all them words in your thing. Somebody type doubles and you say what you bring. Big up to ISIS, you know how you do. I like your painting in the back with the camels in the crew. Who else is here? Mr. Funky in the cut. He played some beats and you know, man, what's up? You're looking in the Zoom, you should be looking over here. You got your Christmas tree, it's nighttime over there. But see where I am, it's a day up in this. Shout out to my homegirl, what's her name? Vanessa Felix. She's in New Jersey. People, yes, you know. Freestyle flow, Trinidad, Tobago. How you go on the ones and also on the two. Shout out to you and all the penthouse crew. I'm chilling out here. You're sipping on a beer. My man's wearing a mask, but you're alone there. I don't know what you do, what you say. Everybody know parlay around the way. If you're in an office and you're wearing a long sleeve, sipping on a Fanta, shout out to look like these. Yesterday, it was a truly different scene. We were down the island chilling kings and the queen. Yes, you know, shout out to Haley too. What you're doing can't really see coming through. Only see it on your iron. Okay, keep on mute so we fry it then. Fry it up. Don't burn your clothes because you gotta wear it to work or church, you know. Who else is up in here? Michelle and Malachi. Shout out to Malachi. Yes, he is a fly guy. Now the beat is almost done, so freestyle coming through. Shout out to Giselle, the host, Joan Chung too. My brother Super Trini. You know we up in here. Just vibes for all the years we gone clear. Some other people got some videos, yes, you know. Freestyle, you take it Trinidad, Tobago. Yes, you know you do. And this That's how you see. Shout out to Dawn with the phone Christmas tree. The phone Christmas tree. Let's say we keep on freestyling and parlay around the way. Yes, you know. Looking out for Santa. Shout out Mark Cave with the drink called Fanta, yeah, how you do, SEC? Everybody know Trini G, we got the G, U-I-C-E, I'm misspelled, but you know, Dr. Pepper, all the people with the flow. Yes, it be like Coke, but kind of like cherry. Yes, you know, mangoes with blackberry. Oh no, I got a Samsung, you take it one time. This has been Mark with the funky ill rhyme, and I'm out.
This is Just Vibes.
Oh my goodness.
Everybody, big up everybody, big up Atiba.
Mark, you're easy. Wait. Nah, yeah, the problem. Man, wait there, but all let me now. We gotta make some noise. So Mark again, please. All make some noise.
This is Just Vibes.
Well done. I beg you. Big up.
What? Hey, well, nah, Mark. Okay, all right.
That's cold. Yeah.
I can't let it just go just like that because you know you need to tell me a bit more about this thing because I remember for me growing back up in the era hip hop when hip hop was a big thing in Trinidad, you know, and when we had hip hop artists coming out of Trinidad, that was really, really fire, you know. So you take me right back to that era just now with doing that, you know. So like give us a little bit more insights into you because I'm intrigued. I only know you one dimension from Just Vibes. So this is a completely new side of you that I'm seeing now.
So, I mean, all those guys that you talk about, you know, I know them from that time as well, but I was, you know, I focused on my school and I went away and I did whatever, but I always check in with them when I come back, all like Chromatics to all of those guys who do those things. But as much as you know, as I said, people from the Caribbean might know the Just Vibes, but me, I always in the hip hop. So same London or Toronto or New York, even right back here, all of that stuff is what I do. And I used to do the battle rap. I don't do it anymore. I just do, you know, and lockdown kind of made me out of partially boredom, partially Zoom and Twitch and whatever. I just got back a bit more into this freestyle stuff, you know? So I do it, you know, for fun. And I might do it in a party, you know, once in a while, but obviously more times you just see in a party. You don't see, I don't do that in a Caribbean setting, but in hip hop, I do this.
So, you know, like my mind racing now because I think we need to be doing a hip hop battle. I think you need to be organizing like a hip hop battle and we need to be doing something underground.
Well, you know what's the problem, Giselle? Nobody want the smoke. I ask everybody. If anybody in this Zoom knows something, I can do it right now. I don't need to prepare nothing. You could tell them come in the Zoom, we battling right now, but nobody wants it. That's the problem.
Man, I wish we're batch. A batch supposed to be on here. Batch is like trying to build up from the ground the UK's zesting. Batch where you?
Once. So when you come in here, ask him about Vauxhall Fire. Ask him.
Wow, I'm going to call him out. I'm going on WhatsApp.
I can't enter. Just like I can't enter because we're on the same band, you know. So we can't do it, you know. We are Just Vibes. So I can't come up against Mark. It don't work that way. I had to get somebody from the outside to come inside to break down the house. I can't break down the house from inside. It doesn't make sense. No sabotage here.
You backing out through the back door? So
I'm not backing out. I inside the house with Mark, you know. I in the house with Mark. I can't back out. I in there. We in there. You understand me? So tell whoever wanna come and knock on the door and parang, tell them come and parang, man. Just Vibes waiting on them.
Aye. Well, definitely. But now, Mark.
In the chat, I didn't do those words, but maybe another time or in the future. If anybody is in London, 5th of February, we have some hip hop stuff, Just Vibes. Otherwise, you know, the Caribbean stuff always running.
Oh, that's cool, man. That's cool. And in terms of following you, Mark, so we know you're at Just Vibes. We have some people on here that probably don't know about you. You know, so just let us know now your handles and stuff so we could follow.
The main thing on Instagram or Facebook would be at Just Vibes, which is here by my name here. But that's like all of us together. Me personally, when you see me, you see me. I just home at my mom's house chilling right now. You'll have a good Christmas and New Year and everything.
Yeah, same to you, man. Same to you. Haley was saying to me that it's echoing. Is it still echoing? Anybody hearing an echo on the live or the sound is all right?
It's much better now. It's not echoing anymore. It's much better.
All right, cool. That's fantastic. Lovely. Well, I hope everybody, all share the live. Tell everybody, you know, we on joining now. The thing going down nice. That was Mark from Just Vibes, just doing some freestyle and bringing back some serious memories. Another talented son of the soil. So right now, this is where I hand over as your host, and I hand the baton to the next host who is coming to do the next segment. So I will let her introduce that. But this is me for the night and the evening and the show. This is Giselle. I'm still going to be here, but signing out as your host for this leg of the show. So I'm taking it over to Isis. Isis, over to you.
Greetings, everyone. Give thanks, sister Giselle. Thank you for your hosting. Beautiful, beautiful. And I'm so envious of that beautiful Trini accent as well. I wish I still had mine. Too many years in England. So yes, people, I am the quiz master blaster, and I am going to be doing a very quick fire quiz round. I hope that I've managed to gauge the questions quite right. I want to shout out first of all, of course, to Atiba and Visit T&T Empire for putting this on, and to Mr. Super Trini, because one of my brothers said, what's super about this Trini? So you're gonna have to explain yourself, brother. Why are you Super Trini? So yes, also of course a big shout out to you, Just Vibes, brother, and your rendition, shall we call it, your hip hop rendition. That was amazing. I wish I could freestyle like that. Wow. So people, are you ready? With no further ado, I'm going to go through this quick fire round, and then I'm going to do a very quick poem as well, because I am actually also a poet. But I've got 6 questions. I've tried to keep them straightforward, not too complicated, but not too easy. So does everybody want to get themselves ready? Do you want to put your thumbs up if you're ready to go? Are you ready for the quiz? So we've got some actual prizes from the High Commission. So there's real prizes, okay? I'm going to obviously leave to the organizing of the prize giving to Atiba. So I'm just going to ask the questions. And I'm not even sure how I'm going to record this. I think I have to record it on my phone and use my iPad. Okay, so the first question. What was the name of the first president of Trinidad and Tobago?
Ellis,
you need to put your answers in the chat.
Oh, I was going to ask you, Isis, if you
what's the question again?
Put it in the chat or what?
What was the name of the first president of Trinidad and Tobago? President of Trinidad and Tobago. Put your answers in the chat, so we've got a record, so we can go back and see who won. And everybody's ready. Let me give some thumbs up again. We go to the next question. Okay, yes, people know. Okay, so we're ready for the next question. Can you name any 3 of the objects, the things on our coat of arms? The Trinidad and Tobago coat of arms, you know there's a few things on it. Put 3 of those things in the answer. 3 of them, you know, not just one. You have to be able to name 3 of them. How well do you know Trinidad and Tobago? The spelling doesn't matter. We just want to know 3 of the things, 3 of the many things on our coat of arms.
Isis, I feel like people tiffing my answers, eh? I feel like I'm tiffing my answers here. Yeah, that's how I feel, eh? I feel like if you tiffing my answers because, you know, the spelling and incorrect too. Giselle too. Anyway, you know what? Let me carry on.
Well, I'm send it directly. Myself, you know, so I'm not too hot on the spelling.
We could send it directly to you, if you want, Isis. We could message.
Yes, you could do that. If people really think that somebody's going to teach your answers, send it to me.
Yeah, I don't trust Caleb Sudan. I don't trust him. I don't trust him.
Oh, dear. How is that? So this is a hard one. But if anyone can tell me which European colonizer was the first to establish a settlement in Tobago? Yeah, this is a difficult one. This is the most difficult one, actually. The first of the many European colonizers, and we know there was a lot, to establish a settlement in Tobago. You had to really pay attention in school for this one. No Googling. Leave the Google alone. Okay, so number 4. In what decade of the last century, the 1900s, yeah, was the steel pan invented? Now, we all love it. We just heard Carlene do her steel pan. We love steel pan, but do we know which decade of the 1900s, that we all, many of us were born in, was the steel pan invented? Panists, know your history. Now, the next question, though, is an easy one. And if anyone gets this wrong, you're in big, big trouble. Atiba and Giselle, and Mr. Super Trini Vibes, if anyone gets this wrong, they're in trouble. We're going to out them, yeah? We're going to call them out. Name a traditional T&T sweet made with coconut. It could be anyone. If you don't know a sweet made with coconut from back home, you're in big trouble.
Sugar boom, sugar boom, boom.
Don't give away the answer.
I sing a song, sugar boom, boom. I sing a song.
Okay. Okay, for all people who like to stay in touch with people back home, what is the international dialing code for Trinidad and Tobago? Yeah.
I don't think they're as quick as me, Isis. They ain't as quick as me.
Giselle, you're cheating. Giselle. Oh my goodness.
If you're calling home,
you're cheating, Giselle. We can't take it.
Okay, now I have one wicked bonus question. Just one little question, because 7 is a lucky number. What is the name of the Calypsonian credited with inventing soca? And I know Mr. Funky Music Junkie was playing lots of old time tunes and stuff, so he must know this. If you don't know this,
I win.
They have to put his proper name and not his
yeah.
Hello.
You could use his Calypsonian name as well.
No, we want to know what's his real name.
Well, it depends.
If it's a true Trini. All right,
maybe she could give a bonus point if you know both. If you know both, you could get a bonus point.
Watch me. All of this is a problem. All of this problems inside here. Wait. Oh my goodness. Giselle.
I ain't come an answer for everybody to see, because I know you don't know his real name.
All the time you're busting out your answers on the main thing here, and I taking your answers and sending it to her. Now it is you want to tell me the answer?
Yeah, those soca lovers out there. What is the name? So, people, did you have a chance to answer all of those questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I answer all. I know I got two wrong.
Their fingers up so we know.
You're going to call all the answers now, Isis?
Well, I don't know. How do we want to do it, Atiba? Do we want to call it out now or later? Do we want to go through the list?
No.
Who's saying no there?
No, he's saying do it now. When you got people I see for the answers, Isis, did a lot of people message you directly?
That's what I'm thinking.
Because in the group chat,
Real people still answering questions all now. Eh? Mark answering questions. He literally using Google right now to answer questions.
Okay.
Understand? I see them.
Stop. Your answers are done now. You have to have your answers. Okay. So the first question: the name of the first president of Trinidad and Tobago.
Ellis Clark.
Ellis
Clark.
Yeah.
Sir Ellis Clark.
That's it.
Sir Ellis Clark.
Sir Ellis Clark. Yes, not everybody got Sir Ellis, eh?
An extra point for me. I'm gonna take that.
Yeah, Pavel put Eric Williams. Pavel.
He wasn't too off. He's the Prime Minister.
That's the Prime Minister. Okay.
Eric Williams.
Ability to make a documentary.
He went KRC. He went KRC.
He wasn't paying attention in class when there was.
But my only thing is me shouting out the answers now. Atiba actually has presents, prizes from the High Commission. So how are we going to work out who answered correctly?
I already get a prize.
Hey, you have plenty of people. It's who answer first. You have to be. If you have the correct answer, it's who answered first.
Giselle. Don't even blink like that. Don't blink like that. Nuh-uh. Don't do that.
Okay, so
Atiba, I'm sending my address right now, okay? So you can just post my gift to me one time. Thanks.
So three of the many objects on the coat of arms.
Coco
we have
Rico.
A scarlet ibis, Coco Rico, and the bush. The what you call that one again? The three peaks of Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinity.
Oh, I forgot the three peaks.
And the beautiful hummingbird, of course.
Yeah.
No, there's no hummingbird on there.
A what?
It's a scarlet ibis and a Curico. There's no hummingbird on the coat.
Is it Santa Maria?
There's the palm tree. There's the three, yeah, the Christopher Columbus's ships.
Yeah, I didn't think of it.
And the three and the oh God, what's that red flower called now? The
Balize.
Hibiscus.
Balize.
Oh yeah, I said that.
Hibiscus.
It's hibiscus. I get that
wrong.
Obviously, there's the shield. Our motto: "Together we aspire, together we achieve."
Oh, I forgot
that's another thing that's on there.
Oh,
no, you're right. There is a hummingbird. Sorry.
Excuse me. Look at my camera. Look at my camera.
Sorry.
Look my camera. Look at my camera.
The Amerindian.
The three ships, the two hummingbirds, the Corico, the Scarlet Ibis, the Trinity Mountains, obviously the sea, and the wheel, the ship's wheel, and the palm.
It didn't have a shield on it.
And the shield. Well, the shield.
Mountains is called the Northern Range.
On the shield is what? Yeah.
The mountain is called the Northern Range.
Yeah, the Northern Range. Yeah.
Okay.
There is no Balize.
Yeah, I should be getting real.
No, Karen, you had looked down at your thingy.
I went and pulled this out my drawer. Wait, tell me about from the time when they tell me no hummingbird, I had to go and get the proof.
Look, you're right. Sorry,
all the time. Don't try that.
Watch me.
My eyesight. I'm getting old. I look there.
These and ages. I know I'm not wrong. I had to study that, you know. I get relics in school for that, you know.
Yeah, that's true. They used to beat us at school.
I get relics in school for that. I had to remember that.
Here. The host shouldn't be able to win this competition.
I am not a host right now. I'm not hosting right now.
He's just a member of the
Yeah, women that.
Thank you.
I'm the host.
Real contender.
So, in what decade? Sorry, what European colonizer was the first to establish a settlement in Tobago?
The Dutch.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. I had to look that up, to be honest.
I'm a Tobagonian, so I know it's the Dutch.
Good. So
part Tobagonian.
I got that.
In what decade of the last century was the steel pan invented?
The 1930s.
Yes.
Look, Giselle, we winning thing here. What we winning? Atiba, what we winning? I feel like it was Mastana Bahar, yes? I feel like it was Mastana Bahar. Pick up pan, any pan, pick up pan.
Listen, if I wish we were winning a pan. I would love to have a steel pan in here.
And I didn't use my phone. I didn't use nothing. I sit down right here and I know the answer. The only thing is I don't know the last one.
What's your name? It seems to know everything.
This is
I don't know everything. No. Only God know everything. I don't know everything.
Is that compliment?
Haley pays attention in school. She didn't want any.
Yes, of course. That's what I did. West Indian history was my thing.
So, name. This is the easy one. Like I said, you're in big trouble if you don't know this. A traditional T&T sweet made with coconut.
Oh, sugar cake.
Yeah, everybody thief my answer. I was the first one to put sugar cake on. Let us try that.
But do you get extra marks?
Type faster than me. This is the only because you can type faster than us.
You get extra marks if you choose something else?
I sure nobody put Tulum.
I put Tulum.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I put Tulum.
Oh, that's a good one.
What about pone?
Of course, pone is traditionally with cassava, though, eh?
Yeah, but
it is.
cassava is the main one.
It's more cassava.
Tart, coconut tart.
Hello.
Tart.
Yes, that's another one.
Coconut roll.
Yeah.
And tart.
Huh.
But the question is mainly, they say mainly coconut, so tart shouldn't be an answer.
And sweet bread.
No.
Sweet bread.
There's coconut in it. It's okay.
Sweet bread.
Yeah,
okay.
Sweet bread.
Sweet bread.
Sweet bread, yeah. Okay. International dialing code for TNT.
I made a mistake.
I know somebody put 0. I know 001, you know. Somebody put 001.
Yeah, but
I put 001. I made a mistake. Yeah. Yes, you have to have 001.
868.
Yeah,
it's supposed to have 001, but 868.
868.
Yeah, because you don't have to put
868.
Yeah, it's what you can put a plus and then 1868 or a 00. Yeah. So either way.
Well, I made a mistake.
Depending on where you're calling from.
I agree.
Exactly. So it's
868.
Well, yeah. Obviously, if you're home, you don't have to put the 1.
Yes, so it's 868 is the correct answer.
When you're home, you don't even have to put the 868. It is understood.
No, but it's international. You remember the question was the international
dialing
code.
It's one way. If you're from US, it's a different way. If it's from Australia,
in the US
so
it's
still 1868.
In US is 011. USA is 011.
Okay,
yeah,
Americans have to be complicated.
No, okay, that's why, as Mark's saying, 868 is the correct answer. It don't matter what prefix you're using. If it's 011, 001 plus 44 plus.
Yeah, I didn't.
Giselle, you ain't getting extra points, you know. Giselle, you ain't getting extra points, you know.
I got the 868.
Okay.
All the time.
So, the final question for the bonus, with the bonus, was what is the name of the Calypsonian credited with inventing soca?
Garfield Blackman. Garfield Blackman.
What's the name?
Garfield
Blackman.
Yeah,
oh God, Rashoti.
My middle name is the same.
I couldn't remember it. I couldn't remember the Blackman part. I couldn't remember, so I just put Rashoti.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. Or Lord Shorty, as we knew him back in the day, or Rash Shorty I. And those of you who knew it was Garfield Blackman, big up, because I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a Blackman. Nyla Blackman is his granddaughter.
Yes, that's my great uncle, so I will know.
That means you void out. That question is void for you.
That's cheating then.
That question is void for you, Giselle. Giselle, that question is void for you. You're void.
It's cheating. Giselle, you're cheating.
You're cheating, man.
Cheating.
Insider
information.
Why is it cheating though?
Insider information.
Because that is she family.
Exactly.
That is she family.
That is your family.
That is your family. You understand?
That is your family.
Yes, that is your family.
Phone or something.
And that is walking here tonight.
Just jealous because they can't type as fast as me, and they don't know I don't win all the other answers.
You was already in cahoots with Atiba and Isis, so they even try that. I wasn't. I wasn't.
Omitted. Host and DJs should be omitted.
You know, listen.
Bad mind.
I am not a host yet, my time ain't reached yet, so I am just a participant.
Karen, you're too bad mind. You're too bad mind.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not
yes,
at all.
Is. Sure.
Not at all. I said
so
win.
May I say something? While you all were arguing,
at the moment, I can't tell you because I have to go.
Hold on.
Can I ask a question? While you all were arguing about who won and who cheating, I know that I won, hands down.
Okay, so what I'm going to do...
She's only one for truth. She answered most of the questions.
Don't. Look at me and Giselle on the same side. We ain't just on the same side. Look how you look.
Atiba, you're gonna have to give both Giselle and Super Trini a present, because otherwise it's gonna be a war in this place. So what I'm gonna do is
them get all right. Giselle get all right.
Listen, that doesn't matter. That don't matter.
The only one I didn't get right. So it's, you get a prize, right, for answering the question, and it's the person who answered the quickest, right, with the correct answer. You understand?
It's very hard to get.
That is wrong.
But what
That is not wrong.
Go through the messages, and then at the end I'll be able to tell Atiba we'll go through the list, and we'll know exactly who answered all the questions correctly.
This is like Family Feud.
Then I'll hand over.
Because I only got one wrong. I got one wrong. All the others I got right.
I got two wrong.
Well, if most people got all right, then it's going to be graded. So you're going to have to have at least got 6 of them right.
Just so you know, right? Giselle was omitted from a shorty I answer. Giselle cannot get that question right.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Well, I mean,
you are fair.
we should have vet properly. We should have vet better, but I agree. If 2 or more are gathered in agreement, then you're out to that question. Anybody else agree with me?
Call your backside.
Jingle bells, jingle bells. Okay, so I want to thank you all for taking part in that. I'm going to go through the list while I hand over to the Super Trini.
I know I win.
So before I do that, I'm going to do a very quick poem for you. I'm not, I don't do spoken word. I'm a traditional poet. And this is just a quick one that I wrote, reminding me of my childhood. This is called Brown Girl. Brown Girl. We were brown girls in the ring and brown boys too. Crisp clean shirts and pleated skirts, khaki shorts and polished shoes. We'd laugh and we'd joke, playing the fool as we made our way to tin roof schools, carefree and happy-go-lucky. We were so naive, thought that's how our lives would always be. Jumping rope, elastic, hopscotch and jacks. We'd be climbing trees to catch a breeze. We'd bathe in the rain and run barefoot, looking for a shady spot when the sun was hot, hot, hot. Eating sugar cake, tambourine ball and tulum, sucking on sour plum. We used to love to pelt green mango to make chow and shell pigeon peas for granny to stew or make pilau. Aloo pie doubles and roti on our way to catch a film at Roxy. Shopping on Frederick Street, bake frying and coconut ice cream churning. Car pack up and we're heading up to Shagaramas, or even better, Maracas. We couldn't wait for the weekend to come. We'd run along beaches lined by the Caribbean Sea. This idyllic life we thought would last forever. But now that sublime childhood in sweet T&T is a fleeting memory, an ideal. It is precious. It is a history that shaped me. Thank you. And I'll make sure I sort out your prize or your winner.
Well done.
Oh, that was brilliant. Gosh. Oh, memories, boy, memories.
That shelling peas, oh gosh.
Yeah. Feeling happy now.
And
that was wicked. That was wicked.
Yeah. Karen, when next year cooking happy now, boy.
Hey, watch me. Give me a break now, man. Oh gosh, it's Christmas.
Can we sing a Christmas carol then?
Hold on. I wanna let everybody go and get something to drink, a little something to snack on. Or you have about 6 minutes to do that. And in that time, to everybody, right? This one goes out to Giselle. 100% this one goes out to Giselle.
Get invitation for the Christmas in Arima, somewhere up in Mount Pleasant. I was among a big family, eating and drinking what I want. Dancing, singing, having a good time. Every time a parang play, Uncle Sam to see me eyeing a young lady. Call me by the back door and he said, you feel a bright?
That's him walking here tonight, girl. You can't be calling your uncle name.
You see that one? That is your family. You see that next one?
That is your family.
You see that one passing there? That is your family. That one going so? That is your family. You feel the bright?
Hey Giselle, you feel the bright, eh?
Come on. Yeah.
Bring it up.
So you ready to leave yet?
Are you ready to go home?
Are you ready to leave yet?
Ready to go home? No.
We staying here, right? Time more bacchanal to come, right? It's time more bacchanal to come.
What's the time, Mr. Wolf? What is the time, Mr. Wolf? What's the time, Mr. Wolf? What is the time, Mr. Wolf? It's bacchanal time. Bacchanal time. Bacchanal, 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 bacchanal time. The party can't done. No, the party can't done. Children, cambule, flambeau, shak, shak, and drum. Hey, the party can't done.
So as we welcome everyone
Tell them, start the mass, the boko jump.
to the T&T Empire.
The party can't done. Hey, the party can't done. 1, 2, 3. Start the ceremony. Everybody, start to wave, start to wave, start to wave, start to wave. Today's carnival, children.
You can pretend if you want to, right?
Start to wave, start to
You
wave.
can pretend if you want to.
Start to wave. On the count of 4. On the count of 4.
As we welcome everybody to the T&T Empire. Take a jump. Hey, hey. It's a banker is real, eh? And if you don't want to wine, you can take a little wine if you want to. If you don't want to jump, you can take a little wine if you want to. Whatever it is you choose to do.
Everybody take a jump, take a jump, take a jump up now. Start a wave, start a wave, start a wave up now. Start a wave.
Go and get yourself a ginger beer. Get yourself a sorrel shandy. Whatever it is you want to drink.
Everybody take a jump, take a jump.
If you want to get some tulum,
Start a wave, start a
some sweet bread, a little bit of black cake. The second half of the show gonna start in a minute, alright?
Everybody take a jump, take a jump, take a jump up now. Start a wave, start a wave, start a wave up now. Start a wine, start a wine, start a wine up now because it's Carnival. Everybody take a jump, take a jump, take a jump up now. Start a wave, start a wave, start a wave up now.
24/7. You're listening to the hottest internet station.
Soca Kingdom. Soca
I don't have a sister here, you don't know. That would just be weird.
Kingdom.
Don't move like that.
We now start, get ready day. Set a bong start, meet we on the way. We lining up, ready to. What is not enough? I want you to trample the ground now. We headed to downtown. Girl all on the railing, so much woman are trailing. Follow the big song, get ready to mash down. All in the stadium, the whole of the kingdom come down. Time to show me your waves, time to get out of line. You're born and ready for pace. Come and wind in the roadway. All in front of the gateway, all in front of the people. Business day. This is the kingdom. Wine and free it up, wine and free it up, free it up. Wine and free it up, wine and free it up. Every beat and edge, free it up. Wine and free it up. Every road is a stage, free it up. Wine and free it up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wine and free it up, wine and free it up. Wine and free it up, wine and free it up. Free it up. Free it up. Yeah, 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 yeah. Free it up. Why, yeah, 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 yo. Free it up. Yeah, 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 yeah. Wine and free it up, free it up. I want you to throw your waist. I want you to throw your waist. Give me that attitude. Now it's a whining mood. Don't give me no grumpy face. Somebody go take your place. Better not pay the fool. They rushing it down like food. You waiting a long time. Enough of the standby. Head up to the front line. Get ready for more wine. If you're fed up of frustration, get to the formation. Now it's a celebration. Cause the kingdom come down. Time to show me your waves.
Wherever it is you're trying to make empires, wherever it is you're stepping in from, across the world, across the globe, we are here this evening to celebrate our country, our culture, in all different atmospheres, right? However way we want to, right?
Just vibes, can't believe that
For Trini, the vibe special.
Who's this guy? He looks familiar.
All right. Good evening, everybody,
Quite engaging.
and welcome back.
I think I've met him before, but I'm not sure.
If it is you, don't have yourself on mute. Can you please mute yourself for the next artists that are going to be appearing, so there isn't any confusion and stuff like that. I am Super Trini Vibes. I am your third host for the evening, and you had Giselle, you had Isis, and now you have Super Trini Vibes. Now Isis was asking, what makes me super? Well, because I do a lot of things, and everything I do, I represent my country 100% when doing it. Giselle asking about Palau, she know where she getting the boss Palau. I didn't really promote anything to do with black cake and sorrel and pastel and thing this year because I was taking it easy. But I am a chef as well, and I do Caribbean food, and I do all types of food. Mark will tell you. Once it is Be Lyman with Just Vibes, I cook in anything. It doesn't matter. But 100% when it's time to bubble, like even today, I just take some. I didn't feel for no pork, turkey, no leftovers. I say I wanted curry chicken, dal puri, some rice, a little bit of tamarind sauce, and some sorrel. And that's what it is I went and did. So when it comes to food, I am a chef, and my catering company is at Super Caribbean Catering. And when it comes to music, I am Super Trini Vibes. I play alongside Mark with Just Vibes family. I've been playing music in London I've been playing music on the radio for the last 8 years. I've been living in London for 17 years. But my accent ain't going away because I am 100% Trinbagonian. And that's a little bit on me. And hello, Giselle, stop about sweet and thing now. Stop it now.
But it's not fair because how you could be talking about Korean roti and thing and then sharing on.
Well, I just shared with all you. I don't understand.
Wicked.
You're real wicked, Jed. You can't be talking about roti and thing and me and none. I mean that's not right.
Listen, I know it may not be right, but it'll be okay, according to Whitney Houston.
Grew up now, man.
You know, so I could call the next act, and then or they could buff me up, or they could rough me up after a little bit more. Is it okay if I do that?
You kinky boy?
Yeah, go ahead now. Go through and score.
Joan, is Joan here? Where's Joan earlier? She coming to sing.
Hi everybody. I'm Jonah Chung.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to see you again, Just Vibes. It's great to have you guys in the house. Giselle, hi, Mr. DJ Funky, and Pavel, and everybody else who's here. Isis, all the other hosts. Thank you for having me today. I'm Jonah Chung. I'm a singer-songwriter and a presenter as well. And I am a Trinidad from South Trinidad. I just wanted to talk a little bit about, I wouldn't say about myself. So in years gone by, I worked in mental health. And you know, we have this problem with us Trinis being suppressed in this lockdown because we are very free-spirited people. We like to enjoy life. We like to say what we feel and express ourselves in motion, music, and sound. And in the way we socialize with each other, food, drinks, get together. We like to congregate. We like to have a good time. We like to party. It's something, I know, Giselle, when you saw those carnival masks, it's sort of hot your hand. It's like, oh God. You know, all of us was on lockdown, and our culture really was on lockdown as well with this lockdown scenario. I'm one of the people who went through the lockdown, and trust me, it was really hard because I look forward to the Notting Hill Carnival. I look forward to the pageantry. I look forward to the fashion shows, and I really love having a good time. And also, a lot of us, we are homebodies with reference to family life take a really big part of our lives. Every Christmas, we like to be with our family, friends. Is the pastel, the pay me, the black cake, the sorrel, the ginger beer. Okay, Giselle, this year I made sorrel, ginger beer, and black cake.
You're sharing? You go just WhatsApp me your address now so I can pass for something. Thank you.
The good thing about black cake, it could keep for long. And it
That's
tasted
right.
good.
That's right.
It tasted real good, boy. But I'm
Hey,
coming back to the
you
mental health
go in my black
issue.
book like Karen and all. You can't be talking about food and me again and you know.
Oh
Karen,
gosh.
shush. Karen,
I'm
shush.
going back.
I want
I'm going,
where you pass, what you make. Anyhow, sorry. Go ahead, Joan.
I'm going back to the mental health issues now. As Christmas is a time of year, we're in the UK, right? Most of us here on the chat line is in the UK, and a lot of us is visiting from the Caribbean and all the rest of the world who are viewing in. But in our culture in Trinidad and Tobago, you know, we are accustomed with the sunshine, we are accustomed haranguing, singing, and celebrating Christmas from October to January, the middle of January. In England, as a person coming here, I've been in England for over 31 years. And when I first arrived, I remember the culture shock I had. Christmas was so dull and boring. It was cold, dull, gray. I was bawling my eyes out. I want my daddy. You know, I was missing home so badly. And I know a lot of us who've lived here long enough, we've adapted and adjusted. But for some of us, the lockdown has caused a real big, it struck a big note on mental health issues within the diaspora. We are accustomed with sunshine, bright lights, and cheerfulness and brightness. In the winter months, you know, it could be 4 or 5 o'clock, and it's like that outside. You know, you get up in the morning, it's dark. 2 2s, it's dark again. So some people go to work in the darkness, come back home, and it's dark. And it does have an impact on mental health. You know, a lot of people from the Caribbean and tropical islands and Africa, North Africa, and South Africa, that is too, they're used to the sunshine, the bright light, you know, and this is something that impacts on us. With the lockdown, we couldn't socialize. It has impacted on us socializing with family and friends. But this year, thank goodness, we are able to have a minimum of people, you know, a minimum amount of people we could socialize with, but we can socialize, we can interact with our family and friends. But I'm speaking on behalf of those who are single, divorced, home alone. You don't have a boyfriend, you don't have a man, you don't have a woman, you don't have, you know what I mean, you don't have any partners, and you're actually home alone. I advise you, you know, reach out to others, talk to others, do as much reaching out as you possibly can. Before Christmas time, I reached out to someone and said, you know, I can't really take Christmas home by myself, or, you know, I mean, trapped in my apartment in London. So I contacted a friend and I said, you know what, we were talking and we both didn't have any plans. So I am out at the seaside, the English seaside. So I'm enjoying the atmosphere out here. Lovely breeze, the beach, the waves, the tempo of life is just going down. And, you know, cooking, we're celebrating in a Trini way. The food, the drinks, the everything, and the ambience is just wonderful. You know, so I advise you all who are home alone, make sure you make an effort to not isolate yourself. Get yourself involved in something. Go out, meet friends, go and stay over by friends if possible, you know. Pay attention to the health situation that everybody is facing with in this time of year, you know, with the COVID, the different strains that's popping up, its ugly head from time to time. But make sure, try and not be on your own. And if you're on your own, connect with other people. Now, coming back to the Caribbean scenario, you know, when we was back home, growing up as a child in Trinidad and Tobago, even though we had the parang music playing and the soca parang and everything that going on, we always had this Western influence. You know, like I could have, every year you'd hear Nat King Cole will be singing something like this. And it goes like this. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows turkey and the mistletoe would help to make the seasons bright. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you. And you know what I found? That was really weird. It was really whack. We were in Trinidad and we were singing chestnut roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping on our nose. And in Trinidad, we don't have none of that. You know, there's no mistletoe, there's no, under the fireplace and all this frozen face and frost bites. We're not used to that. But I think this is what we should be singing in Trinidad with reference to that song, Chestnuts Roasting. Okay, here we go. Cashew nuts roasting on an open fire. Sunshine shining on your face. Yuletide carols being sung by a choir and folks dressed up like mariachis. Everybody knows a turkey and guess what? It ain't gonna be mistletoe, trust me. A turkey and some puncha creme will help to make the seasons bright. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you. There you go. And I always thought we should have that kind of vibe going on. Thank you very much. It's the Christmas time. This is how we celebrate. We don't celebrate frost snows and cold and shivers. We celebrate it in a nice, cheerful mood. And I think we should sort of like adapt that to our way of life. I'm so happy to be here. I am so happy that Atiba, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for T&T Empire Global Travel, which has been going on for 4 years. And I want them to be going from strength to strength. And we wish them all the best of luck here and from Timbuktu. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. So Puncha Creme is here, right?
Oh yeah, we have to say Puncha Creme. That makes us happy.
So let me ask you this: did you grow up in Trinidad when you was younger?
Yes,
right?
I grew up. I was born and bred.
You ever had one of them pine Christmas trees where it is, by the time it is you drag it in the house, it leaving a trail?
Oh no, we had the plastic. We had the plastic. It had nothing to do with pine trees.
The plastic from America. But
yes,
I can tell you, I grew up. I actually went and cut down.
We had a plastic one as well.
Listen.
There's no point.
The what? Watch me.
I never really saw pine tree in Trinidad.
My goodness, we went when we was growing up. It was me, my brother, and my friends. We went in the pine and we cut down a piece of pine to bring it in the house as a Christmas tree. Eh? The way how my grandmother pelled that outside. Eh?
You come and dirty up the floor.
Watch me.
Dirty up the place.
She said, "What you coming in here with that?" And my sisters and them making the little ornaments and thing by hand to put on the tree. And my grandmother said, we putting up the tree that Auntie Daphne sent from New York for us. We say, okay, grandma.
No cleaning up to do, boy. What?
No, not at all.
In England, I don't have that at all. Give me the fake tree. I could put it up every year. I don't have to worry about anything.
Oh, thank you so much, Joan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it's all about. We bring in the whole of Trinidad here in one big pail house. So you can eat a little bit if you want to, Giselle. Take a little something if you want. I'm going to bring in Mr. Shuan Flores. He's going to represent right here on the Trinidad Tobago Empire. Shout out to Atiba one time. Shout out to all the beautiful people that are taking the time out this evening to line with us. We are happy and we're very much appreciated. So, Shuan, good evening, my brother.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's had a good Christmas. Technically, I should be in Trinidad, but my passport hasn't come in time, so I'm here stuck in the, as Joanne said, the darkness. But most importantly, so I'm reaching out. I wanted to get in contact with everyone because basically I spoke to a woman called Denise Cummins in Trinidad. She runs TEDx Porta Spain. And I pitched an idea to her that I thought was quite good and somewhere that I haven't seen anywhere else. And it was referring to the Trinidadian impact in the UK and looking at that in the form of a TEDx talk or perhaps in a mini documentary style. So whenever we think about the Caribbean, the biggest impact and the biggest import is typically Jamaica and reggae. But people forget that there's a whole big world outside of that. Obviously you got Claudia Jones that created the blueprint for Carnival, you got Trevor McDonald, you got Dark as Hell, You've got Jaden Sancho, who plays football, and both his parents are Trinidadian. So essentially what I wanted to be able to do was to create a documentary in some sort of capacity about the Trinidadian impact in the UK, and to essentially create a long-lasting legacy for Trinidadians that come to the UK and Trinidadians even in Trinidad to understand the relationship and how important it's been for us and the impact we've had over here in the UK. And I just wanted to reach out to people and probably drop my email in the chat, drop all my socials for anyone that wants to come and talk on it, and drop me some ideas and see if we can put together something to pitch to the travel board and to also put together for a TEDx talk. So that's really and truly why I'm here. But I just want to say thank you for everyone for listening.
Shuan, thank you so much. If it is you want to put all that information straight into the chat, because definitely a lot of people, you definitely have Pavel, who will definitely have an influence in that as well, because that's right down his corridor of creative thinking. So this is where it is we can all come together and make sure we push it outwards as well. So Shuan, thank you so much. Thank you very much. So we have 2 more people before Mr. Funky gets in, right? And I'm going to give everybody the opportunity, to in the chat say what part of Trinidad you're representing. What part of Trinidad you're representing, what part of Trinidad your family represents, because some people, the younger generation, may be of Trinidadian descent, but they may not be, 100. Let me not cause no bacchanal. Let me not cause no bacchanal. If all you know what I mean. So put wherever it is you're representing into the chat. I see Separia, that is Trinidad, there you go. Giselle, where you from? Guayari? Where? Calypso Dan, where you from?
I will tell you privately. I know you like to poke me. Eh?
Michelle,
I wouldn't poke you back publicly.
Listen, I do need people on them job here. I want Atiba to tell me anything,
Don't say your thing, and then try and back out.
I
I'm
know.
from Point Portland.
I'm bigging up my chest. I'm bigging up my chest. I ain't backing out. I just bigging up my chest. I seen Trinidad from Separia, seeing Diego Martin, I seen Labre. Point 14. I seen Michelle's grandparents is from San Fernando. You have anybody from up in the east? Or down in the west? Central Vita, good evening to you. Good evening to you. From Central Shogunas. That is what we're talking about.
I was born in Belmont in the lanes and grew up in Diego Martin before I came to England. So I don't know which one, either one.
Pick a pan, any pan. All the pan is the same pan, Trinidad and Tobago.
Belmont.
All right.
More radical.
All right. Elia as well, definitely representing Tobago. I see Rubadiri is representing Carenage. Nice. We like that. Pavel, where is your family from? Let me know. At least Shuan, Arima.
Maraval.
Nice.
Yeah, Maraval. Sorry.
All right. Shuan, I see Arima there. That's where the best doubles is, eh? Best doubles.
No. Point.
Nah.
Point 14.
I ain't going to watch me. Listen, I am a chef. I am the chef.
Point 14 are the best doubles.
I tell you all, yeah. Giselle, how much place you wanna be in? Laventil, Barataria, Sour, and Shogunas.
I was born. You see what I tell you? I was born. You say you want to know something.
By the Caroni River.
Yes, by the Caroni River. Shucks.
Giselle, don't take that.
Nah,
man on here, I don't know why Atiba put he to host. You understand? I have to have a serious talk with Atiba. Next time you cannot put me and Super Trini together, okay?
Why not?
Giselle,
you
understand?
Giselle.
Yes,
Carnivals has good fish in it. Don't worry about him. He even know where the Carnivals River is, but he tell him about the Carnivals River. I don't even know where it is.
Thank you very much.
So we can go. Song. I don't know where Karen is. What?
Central. Okay, Central. We'll give him direction. Central.
People got my back here. People got my back.
And Valencia. That is my stomping ground as well. Grandy go all the way down the east-west corridor. I taken that. That is mine. Together with Calypso done. Now Giselle.
No, but look, he taking our whole Oh, yeah, you see how this is not fair. Karen taking the whole east-west corridor, but then he wanted to give me trouble now because I list 3 places that I from and where I grew up.
Well,
you understand?
I give you opportunity, but you end up in Shogunas. But you end up in Shogunas, Giselle. So you're down south. You end up in central and south. So take that. Take the
How can central and south be the same place?
Take it.
South is south, central is central.
Just take it and go. Oh, right. Okay, so we got just of where everybody from. Nice. That's what I like to hear. So, Rubadiri, good evening to you. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Let me see.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
Good to see you, my brother.
How y'all going? I hear how everybody going. Everybody really enjoying themselves.
Yeah, it has some problem. People inside there, but we're winning them out one by one.
Provocation.
I agree. Provocation.
But Trini, you gonna take that licks by yourself, but
You have to take it. Giselle and I know each other. I know we go gang up on you. Hey, people got my back. People got my back. Karen, come here. People got my back. You go ahead. What's your
Just so you know, right? Just so all you know, right? I have a gladiator corner.
You understand, Karen? What you're telling yourself?
Can the next act perform? Can he perform? Can we give some time to the gentleman now? Are they real bull face, you know?
I like how you're just trying to deflect the heat from yourself.
Watch me. I trying to do my job before Atiba send me a little yellow card. I want to do yellow card.
Trust me, Atiba wouldn't mind.
So, Rubadiri, sorry. Go ahead, Rubadiri. The stage is yours.
Right. Well, I'm supposed to actually talk about the 300 Trinidad style carnivals. Right. So I'm not performing. This is not, we just had some real nice melodic singing. We had some nice freestyling. We had all them things going on. I'm here to just talk about the carnivals and the phenomena of the carnivals. And hopefully some of the things I will say will be exciting to people to understand what the Trinidad Carnival is, its phenomena, and its power and its impact across the planet. So I actually have a small PowerPoint because it will need pictures, right? So I have to be able to share.
I've made you a co-host.
Okay. All right, are you all seeing that?
It's coming on, not yet. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there are 300 Trinidad style carnivals all over planet Earth. And this is a remarkable thing. So there are Caribbean style, Trinidad style carnivals in a lot of the diaspora, wherever we alighted as diaspora people all over the planet. And of course, there are major battles in all of those major metropolitan white supremacist ex-colonial centers to get those things to happen. But the amazing thing is that Trinidad style carnivals have also reanimated old medieval carnivals, like their old German festivals, carnivals that from medieval times that had died, that the Trinidad spark has reanimated. And so there are all kinds of these kinds of things happening all over the world. And so there are all these different kinds of phenomena of Trinidad style carnivals. It's a really interesting kind of thing, the way the Trinidad style carnival has expanded. Now, to give it a context, there's one New Orleans carnival, there's one Brazil carnival, there's one Venice carnival, but there are 300 plus Trinidad style carnivals. So there must be something about the Trinidad energy and vibe that is contagious and that is almost a reverse colonizing force on the planet. So let's take a dive into it. So we say that the Trinidad style carnival has two kinds of energies inside of it. There's the Mardi Gras and there's the Camboulé. So the Mardi Gras is the European, comes from the European style. So if you even look at the French Quarter, New Orleans style carnival, you kind of see these things in a more kind of extreme fashion. The European influence is exclusive influence of elites. It was an indoor, basically, festival for the most part. It was grand balls. When it moved on the street, it became stuff that was done on trucks, where people were driving on trucks and they were in the upper parts of trucks and stuff. And just like in New Orleans, and they would throw the beads down to the masses, the black masses, the black and brown masses, and that kind of stuff. And so the Mardi Gras has all those elements. It was, of course, about drunken debauchery and those kinds of things. The remnants, the pagan remnants that they had that were vital were like the fertility festival kind of energies. Now the Camboulé comes from the verb of it is African, but we will get into the other parts of it in a little while. But the verb of it is African, and it's inclusive. It's an inclusive festival. And it has a lot of spiritual and satirical and other elements in it. So it's derived from a lot of agricultural masking techniques, a lot of the act of possession, of spiritual possession and those kinds of things. It has a lot of political, satirical kinds of energies in it, and it allows the certain kinds of forces, certain kinds of ideas to manifest that kind of conjugate the spirit of the tribe at the very moment. So you would see that certain kinds of energies are crowned. So you'd have kings and queens of carnival, or kings and queens of calypso, kings and queens of stick fighting, or kings and queens of different kinds of kings and queens who kind of all represent different kinds of energies, warrior energies and other kinds of energies. I'll get more into those things, but it's important to understand that there are these two kinds of vibes moving, the exclusive European style Mardi Gras and the African propelled Camboulé. And it is the kind of battle between these two things that makes the Trinidad style kind of carnival so vital. But the thing is that one of the things that we will note when we look at what is going on with the festival and what's going on in the festival internationally is that the Mardi Gras is in ascendancy. And that is because a lot of Trinidad in particular, politicians and elites and that kind of stuff have fed the Mardi Gras at the expense of the Camboulé, in the same way that you could say that they've fed the inequality of the marketplace, the 1% versus the masses. All of those kinds of economic and racial and other kinds of inequalities are kind of built into the economy and into the carnival, and have led to the ascendancy of the bourgeois elite Mardi Gras carnival. And we are close to the collapse of the Camboulé energy, and we're going to look at some of those things as we go on. So it's important to kind of note those things and how those things impact the 300 Trinidad style carnivals all over the world. Why is the screen frozen? Right. So the Savannah, Port of Spain carnival time, at its height, about 100,000 people in the streets plus in Trinidad style carnival. It used to take you like 2 hours to get from Independence Square to Queen Street, which is 1 block, you know, just because to navigate the kinds of crowds that used to be in that space as you're crossing Independence Square, Broadway, into up Frederick Street to the first corner on Queen Street. It was an incredible phenomenon. It's no longer like that. You walk Port of Spain on Carnival Monday and Tuesday, sometimes a virtual ghost town. So there are a lot of things happening in the Carnival that we need to speak about, and those things, while some things are still vital, there are some things that are, but one thing that is vital is the impact on the planet. the two largest street festivals on planet Earth in the Western world are Trinidad-style carnivals. We're talking about London, Notting Hill, and Brooklyn Labor Day. At their height, 4 million people were clocked on the streets of both of those festivals at their heights. 4 million people. Can you imagine that? The entire population of Trinidad is 1.4 million people. If 4 Black people get together on the streets in New York, it's cause for police action. All London is like, we have 4 at the corner of Bleecker and stuff. We have 4 million on the streets. And all that the state can do and the city can do is negotiate with it. That is power. That is the power of Trinidad and Tobago and its diaspora and the Trinidad and Tobago energy and Trinidad and the Tobago people and the Caribbean diaspora en masse when that collective energy is put together. I said, 4 Black people get together on the streets is cause for police action. We have 4 million and they have to negotiate with it. That is a real thing. These are massive economies, billion-dollar economies, Trinidad dollars, inside of fortress economies where you can't get into sell a fountain pen, well, especially with Brexit. You can't get into sell a fountain pen, but we have these massive economies inside of these spaces. And as I said, there are 300 across the planet, a lot of them in some of the major metropolitan cities of the West. That is amazing. And one of the things that has happened because of the weakness of administration of Trinidad and Tobago at the center as a source is it has weakened the hand of the administrators and administration and the source code and the ability of the sovereignty of a lot of those festivals. So we have lost sovereignty of a lot of the metropolitan festivals. They have been taken over by city communities, by grant, like guilds and councils and all kinds of different kinds of things in various polities. And, a lot of, and sometimes it's because of the bobble and thing in the Trini, in the past Trini administrations and that kind of stuff. But when the center is weak, when the center does not understand, if the NCC, the National Carnival Commission in Trinidad and Tobago, does not understand that its mandate is the 300 plus Trinidad styles on planet Earth and not how much time people jumping up on the stage and this band can take 2 hours to jump on the stage and all your energy is spent on policing people jumping up on a stage and strippiness like that. When you have 300 plus festivals that are worth up to, this is 2010 figures when we calculated this in 2010, $15 billion.
Exactly.
Worldwide. But you quarreling about... so
you have no franchise. They should franchise it.
We don't understand. People have come to us. We have set up, Trinidad and Tobago has set up carnivals in Africa, in Latin America, and in states in Luton and those kinds of things. We set up those carnivals. They asked us to come and set them up and teams were sent. But that science and stuff, we have not understood it and we have not mapped it. We have not taken proprietorship of it. And we have not monitored and kept a hold on these festivals and those kinds of things and all the different traditions that run through it, the costume traditions, the pan traditions, the musical traditions, all the different Trinidad style and Caribbean products that should be using those festivals to flood
platforms,
marketplaces of the metropoles and reverse colonize, and films, television. We have not done that work. Our leaders, political leaders and business leaders have been completely at sea. They've been ignorant. They have been corrupt and they have not understood those things. And we're missing the boat. And we're missing the boat from all those traditions, and we're missing the fact that the carnival is at the heart of Afrofuturism. It is the heart, it's not just the heart of the past and the present, but it is also the possibility of the future in it. And so these are the kinds of things that we need to talk about. Now, all of that what we've just seen came from these places. Places like East Port of Spain and Laventille, right? So you say like Trinidad and Tobago has 7 mother communities, Point Fortin, Arima, Tobago as village, Woodbrook, St. James as conurbation village, Arima, said Arima already, Princess Tongmaruga as village, Couva as village, you know, so all of these sites and spaces contain all kinds of incredible energies as a festival nation, you know, who's holding the energies for Diwali, and who's holding the energies for the First Nations, and who's holding the energies. But possibly we could say the mother of mothers is East Port of Spain. The ghetto of East Port of Spain, Belmont, Laventille, Mova, Gonzales, the whole, you know, from Charlotte Street, go all the way to the borders of Saint-Juan, you know. That's the heart of the thing, that Pan, Mass, and Calypso, all the Holy Trinity emerged from these spaces. You know, the Calypso tents, the steel barnyards, the steel bands, there are over 75 steel bands in Laventille, Belmont alone, you know, out of 245 orchestras nationwide. Orchestras, you know, steel band orchestras. So, and the thing is, the interesting thing is that in the last 20th century, according to me as a historian, I say that it was the era of golden ages of the African diaspora. So there was ages of Pan, Mass, and Calypso in Trinidad. There was ages of reggae and dancehall in Jamaica, ages of samba in Brazil, ages of son and salsa and those things in Cuba, ages of jazz, for blues, jazz, pop, rock, hip hop, disco, funk, all of those things in African America and stuff. Elder of mine, the late great Tony Hall, said that these were not just forms of music, but they were ways of seeing that changed the world. All of these cultural revolutions accompanied massive civil unrest and revolutions that changed the legislative and the lived format of the entire societies that they lived in and across the entire new world and the planet. Black music, which was banned up to 100 years ago, the drum and all those kinds of things, is now the music of planet Earth. It is the de facto popular music of planet Earth. All our rhythms is what runs the popular music on planet Earth across all continents, across all polities, everywhere on planet Earth. These were things that were punishable by death 100 years ago. But this is, again, the power of African people, the power of the diaspora, the power of these things. And at the heart of the golden age is a particular formula where young boys from the ages of 12 to 27 flipped from becoming populations or demographics that are to be destroyed, gang boys and the boys who are the extreme edges of the society, into becoming kings, princes, and gods. The greatest poets of the 20th century and 21st century, greatest inventors, you know, billionaire businessmen. I mean, the works. These were originally ghetto youths. These were originally gang boys and stuff, whether it be the Pan boys from Port of Spain, and whether it be the Jay-Z's and the notorious B.I.G's and the Bob Marleys and the Peter Toshes and the boys, the Samba boys and stuff, and where you name it, across the planet. That transformation is at the heart, and the drum is the magic, the shift in rhythm. You could see clearly in African America, from the shift in rhythm from blues to jazz to pop to rock to funk to R&B to hip hop, all those shifts in rhythm, each birthing a new golden age and a new generation of boys who transform from these gang boys into these princes. Note that as of the 1990s, white supremacist energies at the industrial side, political side, and those kinds of things have found ways to now convert these forms, golden age forms of culture, into, they weaponize it against the community. So at one point in time, for 100 years, Black music was about Black love. It was about Black, about Black revolt and resistance, about Black, crowning ourselves in our communities and those kinds of things. As of the 90s, where the gangster emerged as the muse of the music, and that was completely engineered at the white industrial level. I remember going to all these cities, a lot of cities in the States during the 90s, about 1995, and the most popular rappers on the ground in every single city were conscious rappers. Not one of those rappers ever got a contract. Never, not one of them got a record deal. All the guys who got the record deals were the gangsters. And those kinds of stuff. I mean, the hoes. Yeah, they silenced an entire generation of geniuses. And up now, people don't even know their names. It is as if they never existed. But the gangsters now are into their third generation. And the cost to us as a people on the streets has been incredible. Millions of Black people have died at the hands of Black and Black thing that's been sold on through the music that was once our weapon against empire and against white supremacist structures. And this is another thing that we have to look at, to how to counter these things. These are real things. And you see, the thing is, it's not just, this is like, what is joke for schoolboy is death for crapo. It's not just the music. It is, they are actively also moving drugs and guns into our communities. So it is like the hardware is being provided, and then the software of the music is providing the soundtrack for the murder. So this is something that we need to understand, but the way out has always been, our culture has shown us the solution. The golden age energies of the drum music is the solution. And the cultures that have been derived from the drum music, all the different cultures, whether it be samba and son and rap and hip hop and soca and raga soca and Afrobeat, and the solution to how to convert the boys from dogs to gods is in the music. And so we need to remember ourselves. So the Trinidad style carnival has three heads, right? There are three things that are the thing that run it. And so the thing is the music, the music, the music. That's where the Orisha live. The Orisha, the African godheads, whatever you may call their names, from all the 10,000 nations of Africa, that all had this thing that was locked into the melanin and to their DNA, that understands spirit and those things, that understands how to unlock connection with ancestor and connection with the elements and connection with the divine through rhythm. That thing, the rhythm is the thing. So without calypso, there is nothing, none of the other things. And calypso is the root form of music from as far north as New Orleans to far south to the tip of Brazil, the boundaries of Brazil. Calypso is the root form of music of that entire space, So, that's where salsa and reggae and all of these things come from. They come from a soca root. They come from a calypso root. Calypso is the base of a lot of these musics and stuff. And Trinidad was the metropole. We are celebrating now 1912, the first calypso recording, right? So we are going into celebrating 110 years of calypso as a music, making it one of the oldest recorded musics on planet Earth, right? It's 5 years older than jazz, right? So it was in New Orleans before jazz was in New Orleans, right? Wow. As a recorded music and as a music on the ground, right? So the thing is that that's the power of the thing. And so Lovey's band, whose music is in the Smithsonian time capsule with, I think, 45 songs or something, that when nuclear holocaust and the cockroaches overtake the planet. Inside that type capsules are 45 songs, and the only non-American song is Lovey's Band, is Calypso from Lovey's Band, because it is considered world heritage music, that important to the tradition of the planet. And out of that calypso, that root music, comes all these other forms, right? It will become ska and all those things, and eventually become reggae in Jamaica and stuff. Now, that period from the 1930 to 1956, I say, is the golden age. That's the beginning of Steelpan being created in 1930s, and to 1956, Calypso music, the album Calypso by Harry Belafonte, becomes the first platinum album on planet Earth, right? So that from 1912 to 1956, this is just 40 something years, right? This music becomes the most popular music on planet Earth. So there's a period between 1940, from the war, to 1956, when Calypso is toyed with as the next pop music of America. There are like 100 plus Calypso musics, and all the big Hollywood stars and everybody's singing Calypso songs and all these kinds of things. And it is crowned by Harry Belafonte beating Elvis Presley to becoming the first million-selling album on planet Earth. Calypso music, our music, does that, right? And then right after that, I suppose there's a backlash to that, and rock kind of takes over that space, you know, that Calypso, pop and rock takes over that space that Calypso was being toyed with, because they realized, I suppose, with Harry, that it would have had a black face. And not only that, Harry was a civil rights activist and all those kinds of things. And I'm sure the industry was like, like, it was like, you know, and he was a pretty boy. He and Elvis were battling to see who were the prettiest, you know, in the world, the most beautiful boys in the world, you know, kind of thing. Harry beats him to the punch, and I'm sure the powers that be were like, okay, enough, you know, time to program Elvis, you know. So the other chamber of the Trinidad style carnivals is Pan, right? The magic invention. This thing that was taken from the waste of the West, discarded oil drums that are taken by ghetto boys from East Port of Spain and all over the country and that kind of stuff, and converted into the only acoustic instrument created in the 20th century. You know, an instrument that resolves the chromatic scale. The first time the entire chromatic scale is rendered on one instrument, where you can access the entire chromatic scale and the cycle of fifths and that kind of stuff on one instrument. This magical instrument created by these ghetto boys who were in gangs and converted themselves into orchestras. This is amazing. This is magical. This is magical stuff. Inventors like the late Tony Williams, who passed this week, right? Who created the spiderweb pan, which is the pan that resolves the entire chromatic scale on one instrument, right? You see here as an old man, but these were ghetto boys, you know? Taspo, that picture at the top there is Taspo, which tours England in the World Fair in the 1950s. 1930, pan is invented, right? Tambu bamboo is converted into the pan and stuff. 20 years later, the gangs of East Port of Spain have come together to create a mother band called Taspo, which are formed from all the different boys, the master players from all the different gangs, now orchestras, playing an instrument that they invented in an orchestra that they created, now going to tour the planet, playing songs and music that they have created for that instrument. This is magic. This is magical stuff. No private sector, public sector intervened or anything. There was nobody. This is self-propelled elevation, transformation. And then underneath, we have a picture, present day picture of what Pan, the power and the place that Pan has on the planet in all the metropolitan spaces and that kind of stuff. Pan is on the curriculum all over South Africa. You know, I mean, you know, as something, you know, it is being used in the streets all over the world. in terms of an anti-gang kind of device and all kinds of different kinds of things. And it is just a simple, incredible instrument that is doing all these things with millions of players all over the world. Again, we have work to do in terms of the industry of pan, because the top pans in the world and the most plentiful pans in the world are being built in Ohio, right? And the best pans in the world are being done in Japan and the Netherlands, right? So we are not doing the work with the rigor and the industrial rigor that is necessary to keep proprietorship of these things and to keep on top of the industrial possibilities of this instrument. And pan can easily be $1 billion contributor to Trinidad and Tobago's GDP.
Yeah.
If we had leaders that understood those things. But because it comes from the same kinds of people that we showed, and it would be those people that most likely would profit from those things. Some people might not want to go that route. The last part of the Trinity, the Holy Trinity of the Carnival is the mass, is the costume, spectacle, hair, right? And that goes all the way from all the great early traditional mass players and that kind of stuff, all the way to the Lee Youngs and all the great early band leaders, all come forward to the Peter Minchells and that kind of stuff. I just grabbed this thing of the Peter Minchell stuff to show. So this is first thing from Papillon, where he really kind of the backpack emerges as the kind of central kind of vehicle. It has been done in a number of things, and it emerges from the traditional mass of the King Sailor, but Minchell establishes the possibilities with the wings and those kinds of things. And you have like thousands of butterflies all over the streets of Port of Spain. The importance of that is, so the mass begins again East Port of Spain, but this is where the mass is ending up. These are the places that the mass is moving to, right? So the 3 Olympic opening ceremonies that Peter Minchell was and Trinidad Carnival mass making and costuming was the motive for those 3 Olympic openings. And one of them, and Joy to the World Hallelujah, which you could see on the stage on Queen's Park Savannah stage, and then you've seen it there in the American South on stage at the center of the world with 1 billion people watching at it. I also want to talk about that there's a philosophy in Trinidad and Tobago Carnival. So like things like Joy to the World Hallelujah as a thesis of who we are. This is like really important kinds of things. There's statements like that, but it ends up here. This is where the mass possibilities of the mass ends up. So on the left is those blow body characters that Peter Minchell invents with an engineer, but Peter does not enter into the patent with the engineer. So the engineer, the American engineer, he puts his name on the patent for those, the slinky figures that wave and that kind of stuff. And he becomes a multi-millionaire. And, but that is a Trinidad and Tobago invention, right? Which is all about kineticism and all the different things about mass and those kinds of things. How do you translate motion and kineticism so that from like hundreds of feet and yards away to communicate with viewers and that kind of stuff with height and those kinds of things using the elements and motion and human motion, those kinds of things. So on one side you have that, which is the further amount of inventions of Trinidad and Tobago. So the backpack that Trinidad and Tobago invents and stuff is now being used in Hollywood, and it's being used in Disney parades, and it's used all over the planet. Anywhere there are festivals all over the planet, those backpacks or some facsimile of those backpacks are being used. We did not patent it again. We did not you know, we did not. So that's billions of dollars of IP floating out there. On the other side of it is from one of those openings, the opening of the Winter Olympics at Utah, Peter Minshall wins an Emmy. And so I should say Trinidad Carnival wins an Emmy, right? So these are the different trajectories of the festival and the power of the festival. We talk about the philosophy embodied in certain statements made in the festival. This is considered by many the greatest carnival costume of all time. It's called Beauty in Perpetuity, from the Band of Clowns by George Bailey. This is created by Terry Evelyn and George Bailey. It is the image of God as a divine clown. And what you're seeing there is, it is human life emerging from the vulva, emerging from the, that's what's painted on the head, and the head emerging and that kind of stuff, but it's also the solar system and the Big Bang. And those things, you know, like created in the form of, so it is God in the two sets of creation, the creation of life, of new life, and the creation of life itself, and as the divine clown. But the idea of beauty in perpetuity is an incredible idea, an incredible Afrofuturist idea, is an immortal African idea, the African principle of joy, the African principle of beauty and what it means. How is Trinidad and Tobago able to do this? Why is there one Venice Carnival, one New Orleans Carnival, one Brazilian Carnival, but 300 plus Trinidad style carnivals? What is it that makes the Trinidad Carnival so contagious, and that it is the metropole of this thing? People have to keep coming to it to kind of, you know, ground with that source energy to remove, despite all the incompetencies that I've addressed about the leadership at political and private elite level. My theory is that all the festival tribes of the festival peoples of the world came to Trinidad by divine accident or historical accident. So this is an image of Ram Leela, the Hindu retelling of the Ramayana by the East Indian community, Hindu community in Trinidad and Tobago. So it is the Bengal and Bihar villagers who come to Trinidad and Tobago. That's the festival seat of India. These are people in the streets, millions strong, with massive Ganesh effigies, with Pagwa, with the dye, the holy dye and that kind of stuff, with the Ramayana, and with both Hindu and Muslim populations. Those are the people that come here in the 1800s. They come with the Jose Tajas from the Muslims and that kind of stuff, 30-something foot things of the death of the Prophet Muhammad and those kinds of things. All of that comes here. The Africans from the west coast of Africa, the Gold Coast of Africa, Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani, Ashanti, Congo, that's who comes here. It is the festival seat of Africa. People who enter understanding possession, masking, dance, all those crafts, the entire, you know, consecrating and coding entire civilization and music, you know, the 401 Orisha, the Loa, all of those, that's what comes here. That's who comes here. You know, the wit and the humor and all of those things at the Gold Coast. The French at the time of Louis XVI, when the French being the most French that they could be, right? Flamming down the space. This is them at the debauch best, right? This is the height of the kind of corrupt state of the elites and that kind of stuff, the massive grand balls and that kind of stuff, excess to the nth degree. That's who comes here. The French, the festival seat of thing, who remember the kind of pagan kind of sensibility of Europe, you know that is kind of like destroyed in the English sensibility. The French of Louis XVI is like the complete opposite of the English. They come here, as well as the Spanish, with their very, very, very kind of sanctimonious Christian and Catholic rituals, massive festival, spectacle, and that kind of stuff. The Warao, the tribes of from Suriname to as far as Cuba, all of them come to Trinidad to consecrate priests at the highest mountains at Aripo, El Takush, all those sites and those things, which are godheads. You could even say there might be something in the geopsychic DNA of Trinidad at this festival, right? Because even the native peoples, this was a festival seat for the Caribbean. What that has meant is that there is a people who kind of understand festival at an atomic level. When the Africans heard the Indian drums and saw the 30-foot effigies going up, when they saw the African masking ceremonies and stuff, when everybody saw the French inside their grand ball, inside those things, they all recognized one another. I'd say that the first Trinbagonians are the artisans, the costume makers and the drummers and the singers, because those would have been the people that would have broke the apartheid lines, crossed over and met one another. We call them the no-teeth men, right? The no-teeth men, the drummers and that kind of stuff, the no-teeth artisans and stuff. Them is the men who would have gone and, hey, what you saying? Well, I like what you're doing. Let me hear that. Let me see that. How do you do that and stuff? And each one training the next one and immersing another one. That's the first Trinbagonians. And that magic thing, the fact that all these people on the planet who remembered festival, possession, masking, dance, music, conjugating the now, that other tribes forgot in other parts. You know, if they had gone 2 villages over in India, we would have had a different energy. But we went to Bengal and Bihar. If they had gone to North Africa and brought North African tribes, it would have been a completely different energy. If they had gone south, a little south. If they didn't have the French and it was the kind of anal English, it would have had a different energy. But all of these festival tribes came here. And when by 20 years after the Indians arrive, there are Jose Tajas and effigies of Krishna and stuff in the carnival on the street. So they have people on both sides. They have Hindu pundits and conservatives who say that's a black people thing, you know, Indians have nothing to do with carnival. And then they have Africans who want to say that it's wholly an African festival. But I'm trying to show that there's an energy there that Errol Hill in his critical seminal book, the Trinidad Carnival, describes a Burukit ceremony, which is a coronation ceremony for the Burukit traditional mass, married with Hindu gods, that takes place in Marval, I believe, that lasts like 4 hours. You know, this incredible carnival coronation, you know, with mass characters and that kind of stuff in the 1800s or early 1900s. This is something else is happening in Trinidad and Tobago that is not happening anywhere else on planet Earth. And it results in a series of festivals, of festival centers and forms that have monarchy at the center, where there are kings and queens being crowned, kings and queens of mass, kings and queens of calypso, kings and queens of the road, kings and queens of stick fighting, kings and queens of traditional mass, all these different kings and queens of commentary, mass commentary, and all these different old mass and that, what we call old mass, and that kind of stuff. These things emerge from the belly of the people. This is, again, they have been corrupted now by politicians and the bourgeois kind of administrations of these things, and they've corrupted. But look at this image of, this is Sparrow after he has won the Marche Gras, which is the Calypso competition. This is the response to people when Sparrow has won, and this is the people carrying their king into the road, into the sunrise, and that kind of stuff. There is no kind of precedent for something like that. This is a different kind of culture hero. These people were battling to see who could create 2 songs that could conjugate the soul of the nation for the next year. Those 2 songs are the things that conjugate the soul, just like the best costumes will conjugate the soul. All these things conjugate the soul. When these rituals start to collapse, is because somebody starts to interfere with the ritual, interfere with the judging. Before, it was the people who used to judge. Now is these bourgeois judges and political judges and all kinds of things and all kinds of agendas and who get a payoff and payola and whatever. And who get a kickback and whatever. Before that, when there was this organic thing of the connection with the people, the result was this kind of magic. That there was nobody in Trinidad, whether you be fundamentalist Christian who in our camp, because you don't want nothing to do with carnival, whether you're a Hindu, whether you whatever. Everybody wants to know who win the March Gras. This is 25 years ago and 30. Everybody wants to know who win last night. If you missed it, if you wasn't up till 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning watching it yourself, you want to know who win because it meant that to the people. But when you remove the connection of the thing from the people, it took Shadow 20-something years to win a crown. Shadow didn't even make the finals when he made Dingole and Abyssinia and Music Suite and that kind. I mean, the clear greatest songs of that entire period, he did not even get into the finals. So you know that people lock off that competition one time. They know that this competition have nothing to do with me anymore, and this is not real. Because the best songs and the best singers are not there anymore. And when you do that, you abort the festival. So they have brought in all kind of big event planners and spent millions of dollars and paid them consultants and all kind of things to kind of try and how to bring back the carnival. Why people not in the streets? Why people not coming to the March Gras? Why people not taking on Soca Monarch no more? Why nobody do X and Y? It's because you've interfered with the festival. The festival is a sacred thing that emerges from the belly of the people, that is conjugating the soul of the people. And the people know it. It's an enable string. You cannot lie. The people know. They know. They knew when things started to go wrong, when Shadow lost with the bassman, when they crowned, when the young king was supposed to come and usurp the old king. And instead they give back Sparrow the crown again for 1 more year. And that destroyed the lineage of Calypso, because the young king always displaces the old king. Kitchener displaces Lion, Sparrow displaces Kitchener, and then Shadow was supposed to come and displace thing, and he was supposed to take the music into the dance halls and those things. That doesn't happen. He comes to the bass heavy music and all that kind of stuff. And that doesn't happen in 1974. And what happens in 1974? Reggae appears in 1974, and the energy moves from Trinidad to Jamaica because we abort where the energy wanted to go. Imagine if Shadow had taken the crown and the music that was all the hundreds of other youths who were playing music like that, all the bass heavy music and all the kind of funky music and that kind of stuff was supposed to happen. We would have to wait until Rudder and the Rapso men 20-something years after to start to hear that music start to arrive again. But it wanted to come since the 70s. You aborted it and you lost your throne. That is what happens when you interfere with ritual. So wrapping up, all of these festivals, especially in Trinidad and Tobago, are led by these spirit guides, these gods and manifestations that populate the streets, the traditional mass. There are about 20-something traditional mass characters right? Fancy Indians and the sailors and the blue and black devils and the midnight robber and the peregrinae and the jabs and jabs and all the whole pantheon of them. All of them contain some essential part of the Trinidad and Tobago soul, the baby dolls and the mad bulls and all of them. You have the pitchy part, you have those things in Grenada. They have a whole set of them. The Grenada now is taking the music, the Juve music, their jab music is taking over because they're being true to the percussive elements and that kind of stuff, and being true to the jab, true to the ghetto and the working class energy of the jab and that kind of stuff, which Trinidad has ran from. You know, it has been kind of running from that percussive kind of energy and those kinds of things. Trinidad has been going in, you know, the groovy soca is another incredible thing that is happening. That it is the groovy soca, Trinidad modern soca is at the root of is reggaeton, Afrobeat, all the transformations of those music owe stuff to soca. That's where the stuff Afrobeat. I've been following Afrobeat since the late 80s, and Afrobeat had started to get boring. Afrobeat had mixed with hip hop and dancehall, and all during the 90s, the 2000s and that kind of stuff, and the music was boring. It wasn't doing anything. It was when it started to mix with soca and groovy soca. That's when it crossed over and became Billboard and Grammy Award nominated, and it had a chart in London and England and that kind of stuff. It was, if you could look at the music in the years before and look at the music that crossed over, that made the crossover and that kind of stuff. And all of a sudden you could even hear the groovy soca songs that were adopted and adapted by the Afrobeat artists that became the lingua franca that made that music jump to the next level. Again, we need to understand those things and claim those things. We need to be able to say with our chest out and beat with chest and say that, hey, reggaeton is soca. Afrobeat, modern Afrobeat is soca. Aria Grande and a whole set of them pop albums and that kind of stuff from 2015 and that kind of stuff. All of them were singing soca, groovy soca, you know. But they had Megan Trainor, who have Trini roots, who used to sing soca on a boat, who is now one of the 3 biggest white pop artists and that kind of stuff. It's soca. You can hear her stuff, it's soca she's singing. You know, a lot of her pop songs are soca. So there's all that stuff happening in the festival and those kinds of things. And so in closing, I have to say is that we have been blessed with this incredible festival. It's completely magical, completely unprecedented. We of Trinidad and Tobago have been able to convert folk energy and retain folk culture energy in an urban space. I don't know any other cultural people and culture that has been able to preserve the energy of an agrarian folk society in a modern world. And that's the thing that has made Trinidad and Tobago so magical, this festival nation with African festivals and East Indian festivals and Christian and white festivals and all these festivals that we all go through. And the crown of them is this carnival, that there are 300 plus satellites all over the planet. But if we do not see to the festival, the rituals at the center, and then the creative industry enablers that enable the industrial growth of those things and see about its practitioners, these things will fall. The Mardi Gras, which is attached to the white supremacist economies and 1% economies and racist economies that exist planet-wise and globalization, forces of globalization and stuff, which is allied to those capitalist forces, is going to ascend. And that festival is neutered, it is exclusive, it does not have the pulse of the people inside of it, it does not have a whole set of things. And the thing is, remember that Europe had carnivals from medieval times. Everywhere in Europe had carnivals in medieval times. And nearly every single one of them died. listen to me, nearly every single one of those carnivals died. Why? Because the god left the carnival. Because the rituals at the center, people stopped believing and stopped moving against the DNA of those festivals. When you, and that's because when the elites do that, the elites have no connection to those things. It's not the elites that is the working class thing, it's the boys. I don't want to make this a sexist stuff and those kind of things, but men are dangerous. And it is male, sublimated male, dangerous energy that constructs a lot of mythology, simply because that energy has to be placed somewhere or else it damages the tribe. If you cannot find a seat for that male energy, boys, the ages of 12 to 27, it will turn back and destroy the tribe. All the old peoples in the world knew this, and they created initiation rituals and mythologies that kept those boys occupied from those ages of 12 to 27. Instinctively, the golden ages have provided that same algebra. Pan, mass, calypso, rock, reggae, hip hop, all those things created those initiation rituals spontaneously out of the drum for our boys. But if we do not nurture the creative industrial things that enable those things to happen, it will collapse. If we do not go into the DNA of the festivals and retinker with the DNA to bring them back to their sacred origin, it will fall. The image that you're watching is the first time that we had mass action for by artists in Trinidad and Tobago. Over 400 artists and members of the public in the streets marching for 50% local content on radio and television in the streets, right? If we don't put those kinds of things in place, all those enabling things, then the culture will fall and the carnival with it. And then when those carnivals are left up to, because we have lost proprietorship of it, and it's left up to white supremacist structures in those countries, it is even possible those festivals themselves could be weaponized against us, just like the music has been. Tyranny does not sleep. Tyranny does not sleep. Tyranny does not sleep. If we spit on the gifts that the gods have given us, we will pay dearly. And we have been given these incredible gifts. We have to see to them. Carnival is at the crossroads. It's an image from the great British Trini artist Zach Ove, who has been doing those incredible commissions all over Hyde Park and all over the place and in the London Museum and all those kinds of things, who just did one of the great exhibitions of the last decade by all the great art books and stuff, and magazines are saying that of the history of Black art in the UK. This is an image, a photographic image from Zach of these fancy sailors on shore on a shipwreck, wandering, looking for the mission. These fantastical Afrofuturist, immortal, Igungun ancestral characters. They want to find their way back to us. We have to do the work with the ritual, and we have to do the work with the industrial enablers so that we can find them again. Thank you very much, one and all. That was 300 Trinidad style carnivals.
Wow.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
Style.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Are you taking questions?
Yeah, sure, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I got a question. Could you expand? This is Desmond Murray.
Hi, Desmond.
Pretty good. Could you expand on the idea that rhythm is a prayer, rhythm is a way of communicating with the divine, with God? And I have a follow-up on that too.
Sure. European civilization is visually coded. So the way that they code their values, document their elites and that kind of stuff is through these visual kinds of traditions and stuff, whether it be painting and stuff, and that would eventually become television. And this four-cornered square and visual stuff and painting with light, you know, like it's through the eyes, and it's access through the eyes and that kind of stuff. It will become books, it will become all, there's a whole kinds of stuff. The African science is the science of sound, right across Africa. Africa understands by rhythm how to unlock conversation with ancestors, conversation with elements, conversation with cosmic forces, conversation within community. The issue with drum music is the phenomena of possession, the possession of dance, rhythm, possession. When you see Bob Marley on stage, Marley is dancing Shango. He don't know he's a Rasta, he's a whatever, but that is Shango. When you see it wherever stuff, if you're seeing Nas on stage doing hip hop, or you see whatever, there are all these, you know, this is, I'll use the Yoruba Pantheon, because the Yoruba Pantheon has a huge cosmology that was kind of gathering all the other cosmologies into itself. So it has the idea of the 401 Orisha, which means that they're infinite in a way. So you have each portfolio, you know, and their cosmic forces and that kind of stuff. You know, African people always understood that there was a big bang and there were all these other planets and we came here and there was some kind of engineering and that created the humans, and all of that is in our mythology. It's clear. You know, we are very, very clear that there's interstellar travel, and there's all of that is in all the different myths and that kind of stuff. But sound is the way that those things happen. So sound, the phenomena of possession, all the boys in those gangs and that kind of stuff, there was no public sector or private sector intervention that says, hey, fellas, we're moving now and we're gonna create this thing called jazz, right? So we want all the boys who was in gangs, now you're gonna form bands, right? We don't want all you doing that anymore and stuff and thing. And what we want you to do is X and Y and that kind of stuff, and you will form business. No, it just happened. These were boys who, Quincy Jones was robbing a church with his gang. When he said he heard a voice tell him to go in that room, he went in the room and he sat down and his hands fell on the piano keys. Plung. He spent the rest of the time, while his boys were outside casing and robbing the church, trying to figure out this instrument that was in front of him. The jazz and the air did the rest. Quincy would break back into the church again and again, but to play the piano. Within months, most of his boys were dead, in jail, whatever. But Quincy had embarked on the adventure of jazz. He found a mentor at Ray Charles, and Quincy would become the person who brings to us Will Smith and Vibe Magazine and Michael Jackson and all of those kinds of things, and transforms the culture of the planet by that wave of integration and destruction of white supremacist industrial forces that was moving with Prince and Michael Jackson and that kind of energy and those kinds of things. But it's all music. All these things are spontaneous possessions and initiation of boys by intelligences beyond what, you know, these boys become the greatest writers of the English language and the greatest writers, some of the greatest inventors and greatest businessmen. The boys of primary school education, and, you know, the music, there's something contained in the music. And the music, we had worked out those codes, right? There's a drum beat for Shango, and there's a drum beat for Ogun, and there's a drum beat for Oshun, there's a drum beat for Oya, and there's a drum beat for the Igungun. Each one is a different compartment of the human animal or the cosmic animal that invites different kinds of intelligences into the human body. And you get access to different chambers of intelligence. That's what African people do. And for those of us who are Christianized, these things might sound frightening and I think, but this is who we are. And that's what has saved our lives. And that's what has saved the planet. Because those forms of music humanize planet Earth.
So in terms of the science, I'm pretty sure you're aware that just, recently within the last 5 years, we've been able, meaning humanity, been able now to actually hear the universe. It's called gravitational waves.
Yeah, the beats of the universe.
Right. And so that gives us, for the longest time, throughout our history, we use light to interrogate and study the universe. Now,
no, Western people use light. Western people use light.
Right.
We use sound and light,
right.
but
and
we
now,
use sound.
Yeah. And now with this discovery of the gravitational waves, that provides another entry into investigating. And so I could see a connection there with what you're talking about.
There are 3 drums that run through the family of drums in African percussive family. So the root drum is the drum that is the sound of the universe. That is that one. That's the immortal song. That's the heartbeat. It's the sound of the eternal cosmic heartbeat is that song. The one in the middle is the sound of human law or humanity or the human creativity and that kind of stuff. And then the cutter is called the joy of life, right? The cutter is that spontaneous thing that African people more than anybody else understand. That's at the root of jazz, that's the root of extempore, it's the root of soca, it's the root of calypso, it's the root of African wit, Anansi. It is the root of that thing that gets us out of the tightest situation at all points in time. That thing is able to improvise from the immortal that understands the law, but also understands the joy of life, that is able to shift and metamorphose and transform and improvise on the spot, is the thing that unfortunately the Native Americans couldn't do. They had that. They have but that other thing, no, we have that. We have the immortal, the human, and the now. And that is what has saved our lives. The ability, we have survived white supremacy at its globalization and white supremacy at its most venal, the most evil that you could imagine. We have faced it down. We have created the only successful slave revolution in human history and put their best generals down. Big up Haiti, Toussaint Louverture, Dessalines, Bookman. We have done that.
Mm-hmm. So that sort of sets the stage for my second question, and then I'll just leave it open for others too. When are we then going to get really, given all the value that this has, when are we going to get really serious and aggressive? Because in order to get patents, in order to get ownership, you can't play around, you can't lollygag, you have to be in there and be aggressive and serious. When are we going to get to that point?
You see, the thing is, we have arrived at the point, you're talking in terms of golden ages, accompanying that has been waves of African resistance in the West. And the age that we are now moving out of, so we had the age of the golden ages and the age of civil resistance that was right through the 1900s, culminated in 1960s, 1970, civil rights, independence movements, all that kind of stuff, where Black people were fighting for integration and for fighting for equality and those kinds of things. We entered into the next phase of resistance that we were in, is where the age of integration, where we thought that we had won those battles of equality and integration and those kinds of things. And well, now they have to treat us as equals. Of course, they did not, right? It just went subterranean and the 1% and the all those things, the evil went subterranean and that kind of stuff, and Hollywood coded the stuff and all these different kinds of things. And we gave over the energy of our forward motion, which was created from grassroots civil rights and civil organizations throughout the 1900s. We, with the assassination of a lot of those leaders and the death and the old age of those leaders, we transferred those things to politicians. So we believed in integration, and we entered into contract with politicians to take our work forward as a people. Of course, that has been a grand failure. The politicians, 90% of them have sold us out to the highest bidder. They've been too stupid or corrupt to understand the genius of the people. They have joined with Western globalization ideas and other kinds of ideas against us, which are anathema to us. And they have not crowned our gifts. This age that we are now entering into, that started, I think, with the election of Obama, which was the culmination of that age of the age of integration, right? So that was the crowning kind of thing of the age of integration. Here's a black man ascending to the highest office on the planet and that kind of stuff. And then what we saw was white backlash. And we saw even more hardcore dread kind of stuff on the streets, murder by police officers and others, and that kind of stuff. And but the great thing is that resulted in the current age, and the current golden age is made up of things like Black Lives Matter, the Afrofuturism, Black Excellence, Black Hollywood, all those other kinds of movements and those kinds of things. It is the first time that white supremacy has been called out as the enemy. That's very important. We have never done that before in all the ages of resistance. And it's a cosmological movement that understands that every part of being has to be emancipated. The economy, the economics, the imaging, the institution building, all of those kinds of things. And I think inside of there is the understanding of Black IP, Black ownership of our culture and those kinds of things. And I think we're now moving into that space of owning our IP, owning the platforms that IP on. And it's not going to happen through government, who we gave, and politicians who we gave that onus to before. They have betrayed us, and that hasn't happened. And so now we are moving into maroon economies. I believe that we are now moving to a maroon age of escape the plantation, leave the plantation, leave the state, leave the private sector, the Western private sector, and create our own economies, like what existed instinctively from the 1900s to the 1960s, independent, what the Garvey idea of separate economies and separate things where we buy amongst ourselves and sell amongst ourselves and trade and house ourselves, and all we create settlement amongst ourselves within our sovereign selves. And at the heart of that, as I said, are these golden age economies. These golden age cultures are these are $1 trillion economies. All them things I call hip hop, jazz, samba, salsa, reggaeton, these are $1 trillion economies, but we do not own the IP or the vehicles for it. But it's happening. There have been movements among the hip hop boys and that kind of stuff, the ex-gangsters and hip hop and stuff. A lot of them have now, they have begun the thing of ownership and that kind of stuff. And they are now spreading their wings into fine art and into Black fine art and all those kinds of things. It's happening here with Zach Ovey's incredible exhibition and all those other kinds of things where the IP, we are now understanding the worth and weight of it. And we have to get serious about those things, because that economy is the alternative economy on planet Earth. It is the only non-extractive, non-manipulative, non-exploitative economy in the modern set of economies. All the other economies are based on exploitation and stuff. These are based on the African civilizational idea of joy. Okay. And that is the fundamental difference.
I hope we get serious quick, man.
Well, we
Put
have to
on
do it.
fast track.
There's no intervention is going to do it. It's going to
I
be
understand.
us.
I
It has,
understand.
it's going to be us.
Because you also showed in your talk that we've even given up, we've lost democracy within the carnival's setting, within the carnival space. When you use the illustration of Sparrow being sung by the people. So if we lost that, to me, that's sort of like a telltale that we've lost the democracy.
But because we gave up that energy, all things inside of that period when the integrationist political period, if you track it, you will see the neutering of African energy because we gave up that power. We ceded that power to politicians and to the idea of integration. We had independent Black schools and colleges and all those things in Trinidad. We abandoned those institutions. Some of them were destroyed by Black politicians to enter into the white Western colleges and those kinds of things. The Negro Leagues were abandoned for people to enter into white baseball. You know, all of these things, it was all of that. And it is the politicians interfering with the people's coronations and that kind of stuff because we ceded that energy to them. This period, that was also the period where there was no Black civil rights movement. The young people were not part of the resistance movements of those decades. Those anti-globalization, massive anti-globalization things and all those things across the planet and the green movement were white. They were overwhelmingly white and Asian. But the age returned, the energy returned with the backlash that accompanied Obama and that kind of stuff, and with the deaths of and that kind of stuff. That reactivated. We did not even know where that energy was coming from. Where were Black young people? If you had told us in 1992 that Black young people would become the face of the resistance movements of the planet by the end of the decade and that kind of stuff, nobody would have believed you. 2000, because they were nowhere wrong. But the energy moves like that. And the energy has kick-started a whole set of things that are happening on the ground. We have to pay attention, empower those things, work with them, coalesce them together as independent Maroons into sovereign movements and move about our business.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rubadiri. And to all those, and if you just look in the chat, Rubadiri, you can see the comments of people giving praise and thanks for such an uplifting and empowering presentation and representation. And I definitely would say to Atiba that if it is we could have another moment in time where it is you can come on board and share some more of, the fantastic knowledge, and also where it is we can get a whole of that same presentation so we can then share it with others and empower others to share it forward so that we all get a greater understanding, not only of the 300 carnivals, but also how much we as Trinbagonians have impacted the world and still continue to impact the world. So thank you so much for that.
Thanks for having me, guys. Continue the great work that you're all doing.
Thank you. This is T&T Empire. This is T&T Empire. And, I know that we still bubbling and thing, and everybody need a moment to really soak in what's said there, So we got Atiba to come and Mr. Funky to come, and my closing remarks as well. But before that, I will allow everybody to go and take a minute, and
this is the time when the waistline and the bassline takes control.
Just take a minute.
This is the land of oil and music, music for the soul. Children, are you ready?
Drum came a sound and they call it the Steelpan.
pan. Make the bad Johns them put down the guns and exchange them for iron. And when we rub that oil on the body and you hear that sweet man melody calling, it's you morning. So down to earth that they say it's something in the soil. And for all its worth, some say it's oil in the coil. But deep down inside the station, you could hear a song and a rhythm calling. Yeah, the voices calling. This is the land of island music. When you hear the rhythm, I tell you can't refuse it. It's the make the steel drum. When you hear the start to beat it, it's thing going bum 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 bum. Tickle make the drum.
That's the rhythm we're talking about, right? That's the rhythm.
Exactly the thing.
Make you misbehave. It's a rhythm to make you whine and make you feel fine. Wine out of your mind. Don't wine out that time. Just a rather say where we come from. I tell you it's oil.
I feel like if I need to take a drink as well.
Where we come from.
I feel like if I need to take a drink as well.
Music, yes we have it. Where we come from. I tell you it's oil and music. From the get, I tell you we have it. There's a rhythm on the street, the beat making bacchanal, and one set a ruction. Woman set a tumble down in the carnival.
Giselle, girl, that sorrel tasting so good, eh? Oh gosh!
They sweet on the street and he's getting weak. Some talking in tongues. It remind me of Laventi when the raddles moving, baby.
I feel like if I need to nibble on something as well. Where the black cake? Where the black cake all, yeah?
Cause this is the land of oil and music. Sweet soca and kaiso. I tell you, you can't refuse it. Send it as a rhythm. When you hear the start to roll it, the thing going run.
Make no mistake, eh? Make no mistake. All you feeling that rhythm, right? All you understand what right is really going on there?
You didn't know the thing.
Listen what I'm telling you. This is the Trinidad, not the one that has made we blue, but the one we love to buy. This is the land of oil and music. And the rhythm, I tell you, you can't refuse it. It's we make the steel drum when they hear the start of beat.
How we beating? Tang, 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 tang. Yeah, man. Etienne, Tobago Empire, representing for you across the world, across the globe. Aye. That's what we're talking about. I want to bring in Atiba, who is the brainchild this evening of this evening's proceedings, as well as Etienne, Tobago Empire. You don't know where Atiba is?
Yes, thank you very much, Super Trini. Blessings to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Funky, Giselle, Joan, Carlene, Mark, Pavel, Super Trini, Rubadiri, Isis, and Shuan, Flores, and everyone else who has attended tonight. Your energy has just been amazing. It's been beautiful. I've loved the communication with everyone. It's just been so lovely, man. I'm energized over here, man. Haley, do get in contact with me in regards for the prizes. I'm gonna put my number and my email address inside of the chat. Tonight we've heard freestyles, had fun, we've laughed, we've heard business ideas, we've listened to a reasoning, and we've heard about us being billionaires and trillionaires. This is the dream, this is the vision, and that's T&T Empire, Trinidad and Tobago. We're moving forward, we're flying forward, and anyone who's looking to move forward productively, my details are in the chat. And yeah, one love, and keep on vibing and keep on striving for bigger and greater things. One love.
So Atiba, before you go, right? Atiba, before you go.
Go ahead, one love.
You don't know, right? So wait, you're saying that Haley won the competition and she getting all the prizes?
I
just asked. Sounds good to me. That sounds good.
Yes. So Isis
I
came
want to
back
have
to me.
proper answer.
Yeah, so I went through the list of all the questions, all the answers, and yes, it was Haley, followed by
Thank you very
Giselle.
much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I
Thank
want
you.
to
So
read.
if you have a
I
runner-up
want,
prize,
I want a
recount.
recount.
You want to recount? Listen, I recounted that twice at least. I went through
Wait,
every
did
name
you use the
in
abacus?
order.
Did you
Who
use the
gave the order?
abacus? What do you use? Calculator or abacus?
Abacus. I didn't need an abacus. There's only like 8 or 9 people.
Well, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't.
I sent the results to Atiba, and he can share it with everyone. If you want to question the quiz master, if you're so bold-faced, that's the question.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I was the runner-up.
All right. Okay. All right. But you know what? You could run up and sip on.
Run up and down. Run up and down.
Ladies and gentlemen, before
See, you can't play with a Trini woman.
no, hello, I'm not playing them. Before I step out this evening and bring back in Mr. Funky, it's so amazing that we have had such an eclectic group of people, and all those who contributed with the old talk and thing as well. But I started writing a spoken word as we started today, and I finished writing it before that gentleman came and gave us, Rubadiri came and gave us the 300 carnivals. And I was saying to Trinidad, I said, can you believe this man writing? This man talking about everything that I just literally felt in my spirit as we stepped onto the platform tonight. So I'm going to read to you what I wrote, and this is so uncanny. It's unbelievable. And when it is he talk about the spirit and how it is we can feel the rhythms and feel the vibrations, he's wrong. He's not wrong at all. So this is my final piece before I step out and Mr. Funky steps in. Represent we, represent us. Yes, it's simple like that. From the northern range to Guayari, borough to borough, Carnival to the Steelpan, with the costumes and the soca. Don't forget my Kaiso and Peter Menchel. We represent to the Callaloo and Cuckoo, Palau, Bus Up Shot, and all of that. Oh my, don't forget the doubles too. We represent. You see Santa Claus? That is we Trini thing too. Red, black, and white. We represent true and true. Black cake, sweet bread, sorrel, tulum, chili bibi, taking us straight back to the roots. We represent true and true. Atobolan, Brian Lara, Rash Shorty I, Miss Universe Jamel Cummings, and Wendy Fitzwilliam, Sparrow Kitchener, singing Sandra, Calypso Rose, Marshall Bungie, Kess, Super Trini Vibes, Trini Gladiator, T&T Empire, Giselle, Isis, Mr. Funky, and Atiba too. So make it simple. Wherever you are, represent. Whoever you are, represent. But don't just do that. As the gentleman said, educate and empower. That is the truest form of representation that we can show. Together we aspire, together we achieve. By yours truly, Karen Super Trini Seal.
Yay!
Yeah, that's something else I can do, right? That's something else I can do. I write poetry and spoken word, but I don't advertise.
You're showing off now. Okay,
No, but I was called out. I just called me out. So I had to make sure.
Well done, oh gosh, I just pulling your leg. Well done.
I'll take it. Oh God, I know you want to bust my head too, but you'll leave. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fantastic evening. I want to thank my co-hosts, Isis as well as Giselle, and to all those who contributed as well. We say thank you so much. Mr. Funky, I wonder where you gone, boy. Anybody know where you gone? Anybody see him? You there?
Yes.
All right. As we're gonna finish off the evening with some fantastic music from Mr. Funky, you're surely Super Trini Vibes. You can get me on Instagram and Facebook at Super Trini Vibes. And for those who want to contact me, that's at Super Trini Vibes on Instagram and Facebook as well. All right, or just ask Atiba for my business number and he'll give it to you as well. All right. So Blessings, everyone. Mr. Funky, it's your time.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank everyone who came today and watched in. You're listening to T&T, and they've been very hospitable tonight. I'd like to thank Giselle, Steelpan, Dougie, Swizz, Pavel, Can't Stop Fashion, Mark on Poetry Freestyle from T&T, and also not forgetting Isis for the quizzes. Okay, host Trini, who's a little superstar over there, isn't he? Joan singing. That was very nice. And Shuan Flores, Rubadiri, who done the 300 Carnival presentations, and Atiba. And I'd like to thank Snapback for helping Atiba to put this all together. So as we close off the show, let me start with something like this. Alternative music.
Baby
Yes, that's right. Listen to snapbackfm.co.uk.
tierno que el campo me regaló. Pero al marchar se dejó como prenda de consuelo una pluma de señuelo que yo guardo con cariño. El pajarillo que el niño recogí, triste del suelo. La tarde se ha puesto triste, la lluvia tiene un olor que me recuerda al olvido de aquel amor. La tarde se ha puesto triste, la lluvia tiene un olor que me recuerda al olvido de aquel amor. La tarde se ha puesto triste, la lluvia tiene un olor que me recuerda al olvido de aquel amor. La tarde se ha puesto triste, la lluvia tiene un olor que me recuerda al olvido.
Okay, taking it all the way up to 5 past. Give for the rest off. Want to thank Atiba, T&T, and the team. Big shout to Mr. Tibbs for the support. Big up, General. Okay, so one more tune for me, and the one tune is going to be my own very own remix. So I hope you enjoy it. That's right, you're listening to Snapback FM.co.uk in conjunction with T&T. Hope you enjoyed it. Take care, one and all. Catch me on a Thursday if you like your house from 5 p.m. If it's alternative soul, rare groove, neo soul. Bossy, Godfather, and an OG. Catch me Saturday, 10 p.m. And a bossy, fling a rag a rhythm like it's so free. Bossy, house on the coast G. Take care, bye. It doesn't know me. It's looking at my kids like a bossy.
Hey yo, Idris, tell them what they're gonna take the piss. When it's step out to the turn up in a jizz. Body comfortable, I'm physically fit. I'm a brown and sweet, just like the chocolate. I'm a brown and sweet, just like the chocolate. I'm a brown and sweet, just like the chocolate. Yo, pretty with the upper body. Shut down in the city with my bad girl pussy. Every man want piece of me. The back of them a pop and them a bun weed. Man want wine behind me, me have to move kind dusty. I'm looking for a brother who got hella pound. 079 baby, brother who got hella pound. 079 baby, brother who got hella pound. 079 baby, brother who got hella pound. 079 baby.
That's right, 079 me.
Bossy, Godfather, man a OG, man a half humble, man a bossy. Fling a rag a rhythm like it's all free. Bossy, house on the coast G. My money so long it doesn't know me. It's looking at my kids like a bossy. Hey yo, Shuan. Hey, so when me spitty for the rhythm, maybe gala get with it. Spitty for the rhythm, maybe gala get. When me spitty for the rhythm, maybe gala get with it. Wind up your body and spin it. Girl, when you bubble that's a trouble, why you give me this something now? Turn it around and bring it. You're pressing it back on and on, never push that button, my girl down, but I can't tip it. That button, my girl down, but I can't tip it. That button, my girl down, but I can't tip it. That button, my girl down, but I can't.
Tunes to get the people jumping.
I came to rap it up, do my thing. Sabi put me on the gram and remix thing. Sabi put me on the gram and remix thing. Sabi put me on the gram and remix thing. Pull tight Wiley with the pitchy, the flow. Godfather part 2, call me the Nero. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin. Disrespect man, get a slap on the chin. Man a king in a trap, oh Larry man a big DJ, Ox Megan and Harry man a big DJ, Ox Megan and Harry man a big DJ, Ox Megan and Harry. Boss. Fling a rag a rhythm like it's so free.
I came to rap it up, do my thing. Sabi put me on the gram and remix thing. Sabi put me on the gram and remix thing. Sabi put me on the gram and remix thing. Sabi put me on the gram and remix thing. Hold tight Wiley with the Pacino flow. Godfather part 2, come be the Nero. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin. Disrespect man, get a slap on the chin. Man a king in a top, oh Larry, man a big DJ, Ox, making them Harry. Boss, yeah, man a boss, I make your girl melt like a toast. I make your girl melt like a toast. I make your girl melt like a toast. I've been this way someday, and I write for myself, no ghosting.
He's a boy got money in a bank on. Ready for roll and blaze up this tank on. Got the girls from someone to Hong Kong. The girl them champion in it. Bossy, bossy, Godfather, man a OG. Man a half humble, man a bossy. Fling a rag a rhythm like it's so free. Bossy, house on the coast G. My money so long it doesn't know me. It's looking at my kids like a bossy.
My name's Mr. Funky and I'm out of here. Thank you very much. Take care. You're listening to snapbackfm.co.uk. Don't forget, only for good DJs right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.